So let's start. Good morning, dear friends, colleagues, and all fellow students, in person or online. Welcome to this annual meeting. As you can see, everything is new. This was just lately established, renovated. The system tested, maybe it worked only 2 years ago, not knowing fact. Thanks for Stephen for help. So I will skip many of the prepared notes. We will start now, again, I will offer warmly welcome for you, people coming from Ghana, also from the many other institutes coming to join us at the meeting. Before we start everything, I will ask Sanders to read the Auction Land Acknowledgement.
Land acknowledgement recognize that many indigenous nations have long-standing relationship with the territories upon which York University campuses are located that precede the establishment of York University. York University acknowledges its presence on the traditional territory of many indigenous nations. The area known as the Toronto has been caretaken by the Anishbek Nation, the Hudansa Confederacy, the Huron-Wendat, and Metis. It is now home to many indigenous people. We acknowledge the current territory holders, the Mississauga of Credit First Nations. This territory is subject of the dish with one spoon banquet belt convent and agreements to peacefully share and care for the Great Lakes regions. We acknowledge this land that we are working out here.
Yes, thank you. Elaine. Elaine?
Wait.
Now I'm passing over for you to start the distinguished lecture.
Yeah, sure. Sorry, I didn't know I was supposed to do that. I didn't realize that. So John, I don't have your CV in front of my eyes. Oh, there's an echo when I speak. I can hear myself. Okay, that's better. Oh, sort of. So I'll just maybe not ideal for me to speak at the moment. I'm not here, as you can imagine, because I didn't want to infect everyone. So I'm really, really glad that John Amuasi accepted to come and give the lecture today. I got to know John through the Lancet One Health Commission, which he co-leads with a long colleague of mine, Andrea Winkler, from Germany, and they've worked like crazy for what was it, John, 3 years to put together that. Yeah, to put that Lancet One Health Commission together, which was submitted last summer. We're still waiting to hear back, but I think that really brought together a whole bunch of people with tons of different expertise, which made us realize the importance of modeling in the emergence of infectious diseases, but even beyond. So the potential impact of contaminants, pollution, others at the interface between human, animals, and the environment. So I'm extremely pleased that John was able to make it. I'm really annoyed that I caught that virus, because I would have really liked to be with you guys. But so John is he heads the global health department at the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology in Ghana. he has a W2 professorship and is a group leader of the Global One Health Research Group at the Bernard Notch Institute of Tropical Medicine in Hamburg, and at Kumasi Center for Collaborative Research in Tropical Medicine in Ghana. And so John works primarily in epidemiology and clinical studies, including clinical trials in Africa on emerging and re-emerging infectious diseases. So that's why you invited, but also neglected tropical diseases and antimicrobial resistance. So I think that's it. I'm super happy that he was able to come, and you will see that he's a great speaker, and I'm sure you'll enjoy his talk. Thank you.
We go to presentation. All right, so I guess we're good to go. Wonderful. So thank you very much for having me. It gives me a lot of pleasure to be here this morning to give this lecture. I snooped around to see who had been giving these lectures in the past, and I'm very happy that I'm in a very good company, a distinguished company for that matter. And thank you very much, Ellen, and colleagues for having me here. I came a long way, but I think in academia, these kinds of exercises are really important for knowledge sharing, for exchange, for building new networks, especially when they can be in person. And so I decided to choose this over a couple of other competing meetings. There was the WHO Virus meeting in Kampala, which I canceled and asked someone to go for me in favor of this because I couldn't say no to it. And unfortunately, she caught the virus and cannot be here. It's really unfortunate. I know how that feels, and I wish you a very speedy recovery. My wife tells me that I tend to speak very low, so please do let me know if you can't hear me very well, if my voice is not projecting. I think I speak loudly, but she says I don't. So just to be sure. So this morning, I'll be spending a couple of minutes with you, and I'm not going to be doing any presentation on modeling because I'm not a modeler. I dabble a little bit here and there together with colleagues. I lend my knowledge and expertise in different aspects that contribute to model building, but I'm not a modeler myself. So you will not be seeing fancy equations. You'll not be seeing any fancy graphs. It's just meant to jog your mind on various things, and especially I want to focus on the unknown, right? So better One Health amidst the great unknown. So, well, we're all familiar with One Health. I need not go so much into this. My colleagues who prepare my slides tend to like a lot of animations. So I do my best to tone them down, but they still manage to sneak in quite a lot in there. So I'll start off by saying uncertainty is really a great thing, I'll put it that way. But it can generate fear. And this fear leads to the enactment of policies, decision-making at different levels, which sometimes can be very interesting and sometimes will result in poor health outcomes. More often than not, uncertainty and fear will lead us to make decisions and policies that will not inure well to health. And so what we can do is mitigate this fear by providing better data, better analysis, which includes the modeling, of course, and then hopefully there will be better decision-making based on that knowledge. So uncertainty in many ways can be detrimental. But today I'm going to be focusing on how uncertainty can generate fear. And then I'm going to talk about examples of how uncertainty and fear have resulted in different kinds of decisions at different levels. We'll look at some of the outcomes of these decisions over the COVID pandemic in different parts of the world. Things like tough lockdowns and culling of animals. We'll look into that. And then we'll look at ways in which better data, better analysis can mitigate fear, as I mentioned already. We'll look at the persistence of the great unknown, which we must acknowledge. And then we'll look at how there could be some interventions that could improve this unknown, or how, say, global pandemic treaty could streamline actions to secure global One Health. Then if there's time, I'll give an example of how, together with some colleagues, we did a little bit of modeling in the early stages of the pandemic in Ghana to provide some insights and how really the stories that we had too little information to make any sensible projections. And this is where sometimes the fear comes in. So how can uncertainty generate fear? There's this statement by H.P. Lovecraft, and I read to you: the oldest and strongest emotion of mankind is fear. And the oldest and strongest kind of fear is fear of the unknown. So Lovecraft, I don't know if you've heard of him, I hadn't heard of him before until I started looking into this topic, but he was an American writer who became more popular after his death. And he did all kinds of things, including writing science fiction, and he's best known for his work on, I just want to wait for them to clear that from the screen. Oops. Yeah, I'll just wait for them. Yeah, so what he did is he wrote about a fictional character, which was some monster, and it garnered a lot of attention, and a lot of people really found it interesting. And today, there are still people who follow Lovecraft's work, and said to have kind of a cult following of some sort. So let me just wait for this to be sorted out. Okay. Oops. I think you want to share the other one, Mother.
This one.
No, there was already a shared. Stop share. Stop share. And
Stop share.
Yeah.
Stop share. Stop share at the top.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. That's right. Good. Then we share again. That's it. That's what we got into. Yeah. That's it. Yeah. Then you can, if you can lower the. That's right. We're good now?
Yeah.
Excellent. So he created this Chukulu mythos in 1926, and that's this monster. And that was Lovecraft for you. And he spoke about the fear of the unknown. So the fear of the known is, some researchers, especially psychologists, have looked into this, and they call this one fear to rule them all. So there's one health and there's one fear. How about that? Seems to work well. All right. So this fear of the unknown refers to this anxiety around not knowing what will happen, unpredictability. And I know a lot of you modelers have to deal with unpredictability, or to put it in a better way, a lot of your work is focused on trying to predict things. So we're talking about predictive modeling, right? So when there's lack of information, lack of data, people tend to fear because we do not know where this is going. And this fear of the unknown is the original, where xenophobia comes from. So we like to think xenophobia is, hatred for other human beings and so on. But in actual fact, the real meaning is fear of the unknown. It's just been extended to fear to people. So it is considered so negative that it's considered as a disorder. But the truth is that everyone has some amount of fear of the unknown, and it is hinged ultimately on uncertainty. There are a couple of nice articles that have been written on this. There was one article written in 2020, Uncertainty and Fear of the Unknown. What can human resource development do? And this was looking at HR response to the COVID pandemic and the fear of the unknown. Another one about knowledge, fear of the unknown, opinion, and the pandemic. Very interesting articles I'd recommend you to read, which really dive into this concept of fear of the unknown, and then go into how the world was at a point where we just did not know anything. We only got to know that, okay, it's a virus causing this, then what kind of virus, how does it spread, how can we get a vaccine? So many unknowns that everyone, for once, irrespective of being high-income country low middle income country, whatever, was groping in the dark, at least for a season, and this led to a lot of fear. So uncertainty is an important part of life. We're not saying that we want to do away with uncertainty altogether because it's not possible. And this fear of the unknown is a fundamental feeling that we need to embrace. And the question is, how do we harness this fear of the unknown in a way that allows us to pursue better data, better analysis, and hopefully better decision making, which modeling will contribute to. But this fear of the unknown also can be justifiable, and rightly so, because the unknown you can have a lot of surprises. Things can go left, they can go right, they can go in any direction. And we saw uncertainty in economic markets, which yielded a lot of trouble. The world is still recovering from the economic crisis brought about by COVID, which is said to have, or it was actually greater than what we saw during the Great Depression. So there was economic instability, political changes, technological disruptions, changing consumer behavior. So all this ultimately negatively impacted on growth. And then COVID-19 itself, many countries made decisions, provinces, different geographic jurisdictions made decisions and choices, some of which turned out to be right and some turned out to be wrong. But a lot of them were hinged on a lot of uncertainty. Some had some information. Was that information reliable enough? So even if you have some information, was that information enough for you to make a decision which would yield the result that you needed? So I don't know if you're able to move that a little bit upwards, so that we don't, no, not that, that one, yeah. So we don't, yeah, maybe you can lower it completely if you hit the blue bar. Okay, that's fine, yeah. Excellent, wonderful. So the US, for example, well, everybody got it wrong, the beginning of it this way, but things turned out to be far worse than had been anticipated. And normally we tend to be conservative in our expectations, but the outcomes of COVID, at least in the first couple of months, turned out to be far worse than had been predicted by any models. Now, this is not working. What you can do is if you can move the cursor and click on the slide, because I think what happened is, that's it. Let me see. Yeah, good. So as I said, the pandemic was worse than I had imagined, and you can see the number of daily cases, the hospitalizations, all this we are very, very familiar with over the years. And as I explained already, the economic impact was actually worse than in the Great Depression. And if you really look at it in terms of dollar figures and overall impact, one could have never imagined that the world would see a time like this. But we've been in worse places before, at least with regards to case fatality rates from pandemics, which we are very much aware of. We all know these very well. We've seen infinite slides of these, but it's really important that we put things in perspective. Even thinking about the Spanish flu with a case fatality rate of 2 to 3%, COVID had about 2.1%. And this will always change because we had so many variants and case fatality rates change so rapidly. It's that amazing virus that changed so rapidly as a result of our own human behavior. Perhaps I don't know if there's any living organism that has undergone so much change within such short a time. All this precipitated by human behavior. We have MERS-CoV. I mean, much higher case fatality rate, but much fewer cases in themselves. So you have all these just to show you that we've been there before, which obviously means that we'll be there again. It's almost a no-brainer. It's just a question of how much time. I do recall I was part of a team that was developing the clinical characterization protocol, CCP, for a hypothetical, actually disease X, and then disease X, which now we know to be COVID, so disease X has moved to another X. And we were meeting in Le Pensier in France, and this was just the year, a couple of months before, earlier in the year 2019. And there were projections that such a respiratory illness might emerge somewhere maybe in 2025. And preparations were headed to, okay, let's develop some clinical characterization protocol, which would guide some of the work around trying to understand this when it emerges. But it turned out to be much quicker than had been anticipated. Again, the unknowns. So we're here, we're saying, yes, we understand that there's going to be another pandemic. From what we don't know, when we don't know. It could be sooner, it could be later. When you think about what happened with the Spanish flu and then avian influenza and then Ebola, was nowhere at the scale like COVID. But how can we tell if it would be the next 2 years, the next 5 years, maybe the next 100 years before we see anything like COVID or something worse than COVID? We just cannot tell. It's this fear of the unknown. Yeah, we're very familiar with these grotesque pictures of mass. Yes, I sometimes just imagine myself back in the days of the Spanish flu or even of the Black Death, where we're looking at 50%, 33% of Europe's population being decimated. It must have been a very strange earth to live on in those days. And then, there's the Black Plague I talked about, and we still have about 1,000 to 2,000 cases every year from all over the world. So that's one disease that has never gone away, even though it's the havoc it wreaked is anything but what it was in the days of the Black Death. And then I want to just raise this issue of the epidemiologic transition and the fact that now there's a lot of focus on non-communicable diseases, and rightly so. Even in many parts of Africa, the global burden of, or should I say, the burden of NCDs is rising so rapidly, and everyone is sort of turning their focus towards NCDs. But it's very critical to remember that the zoonoses are still very much alive. And if you look at the pandemics that we've had, or the significant pandemics we've had over the years, they have all been of zoonotic origin. All of them have been of zoonotic origin. So while the GBD estimates, and I believe the next GBD global burden of disease estimates should be released within the next couple of weeks, if not already, from the IHME, we don't forget that the One Health aspect of looking at pandemics can never be overlooked. Very important to bear in mind that zoonoses are not going anywhere anytime soon. And most likely, when, not if, there is another pandemic, it would be of zoonotic origin. So let's look at how uncertainty and fear have resulted in diverse local, national, and global policies over the past couple of years when we had COVID. So think about this. We had that small virus causing massive macroeconomic impact on a multinational scale, affecting billions within the course of just a few months. And what you'd see is that it was one threat, a common threat to all humans, but very, very different responses. One would have thought that, quote unquote, the data does not lie. So if we all have the data, we would all make the same decisions based on the data. This tells you how uncertainty, which generates fear, will lead to very different kinds of decisions by different kinds of people. And so we may say, yes, better data, better analysis, including modeling, is the answer or part of the answer. But we should never forget this uncertainty thing and how we all respond very, very differently to uncertainty, and whether as individuals, cultures, or as nations. And I want to point out the fact that uncertainty at a population level, or fear or uncertainty at a population level, is a very, very interesting thing. Because while we may all respond differently to uncertainty and fear at an individual level, at a population level, where the decision-making, or shall I say agency, is ceded to the government, and there are different forms of governments, from democracy to several others, it will result in different responses to whatever data and information is available. And when you think about this way, it begs the question: how can we provide data and analysis in a way that hopefully leads the majority of people down the same path, which will yield the good results that we all desire. We're thinking of a pandemic treaty, which hopefully will steer everybody along the same lines whenever there is an outbreak of pandemic. Is this really possible given our different responses to the uncertainty, even that which is posed, that is provided by whatever data is available. So this is a very interesting article looking at how the US response went wrong and went right during COVID, and the same can be said of different countries, including Canada. Decisions were made around mask wearing, very confusing decisions. They work, they don't work, and yet the data was there. So how was the data being interpreted? At a point, I remember we were told that you need to wear a double mask. At that point, that's when I lost it. I said, okay, I'm not going the double route, you know. So there's so many things, and all kinds of data was being churned out every day. Look at how things like structural racism fueled health inequities. And one of the most interesting ones that I like to analyze was looking at how the pandemic differentially affected Black people in the UK and in the US, but especially in the UK. Disproportionately, Black people were negatively affected in the UK, and yet same people, Black people, Sub-Saharan Africa, and the data really does tell the story, were relatively less impacted by COVID in terms of mortality, I emphasize, because this is a subject of debate around excess mortality and so on and so forth. But even if you look at the excess mortality estimates that have been churned out most recently, it's very clear, without a shadow of doubt, that there was less mortality in Africa than other parts of the world. So the question would be, how come that Africans in other parts of the world were disproportionately affected? And that speaks to the issues of structural inequalities and how these impact on the pandemic, fear of the unknown. So I've already talked about this already, but some of the reactions to uncertainty, even in the face of data, leads to just blocking. So we just push it aside as far as we can. If you think of about the way some of the lockdowns were conducted, a lot of them were conducted simply as a function of fear. When South Africa announced the Omicron variant, for example, immediately some countries shut their borders to South Africa without even thinking twice about how does this work and so on and so forth. All right. Some of the reactions based on fear of the unknown, including stockpiling of PPE, stockpiling of vaccines when others did not have any at all. This was really, really interesting. And one of the most interesting scenarios that emerged was when for the AstraZeneca vaccine, which was being procured through the COVAX mechanism, for which Ghana, where I live, was the first country to receive these COVAX vaccines. So these vaccines were being produced by the Serum Institute of India as part of COVAX, and were being shipped to LMICs. But the UK, for example, said they were not going to accept people who had been vaccinated with AstraZeneca, which had been procured under the COVAX, because it had not been manufactured in Europe. And this led to huge furore. Of course, they later backed down on it, but to think that there could be an official government communique on this just shows you how fear of the unknown can lead to very, very irrational, totally irrational decisions, even though it's the same AstraZeneca vaccine. But this is how things really pan out. So let's look at some outcomes of some further outcomes of some decisions that were taken. This would go beyond just the COVID. I think about some of the tough lockdowns that were conducted. I talked about this, culling of animals. This would not relate to COVID specifically, but I just want to go into this with regard to the avian flu outbreak. About 131 million domestic poultry were lost. It may sound like, yeah, this is what we have to do to save or to prevent this from spreading. But the question is always, was it absolutely necessary that this had to be done? Think of the total economic costs, 3 billion economic costs. And you can read all these papers on that, especially Southeast Asia. So many of these. But perhaps the one that is most stark is the African swine fever. And the sheer numbers, about 300 or 300 million pigs died. This is including those that were culled and all that. The total amount in terms of economic loss in the billions, I believe 75 billion plus or so. But again, the question is, could this have been done in a different way, in a better way, if we have the data, if we have the models, if we were able to make decisions based on that information, and if that information was actually sufficient to make those decisions. I wanted to spend some time on this, but maybe I'll just skip because of time. But again, showing very, very different reactions and actions with regard to solving the problem of COVID. I believe that what was done in South America in many ways was very novel by Brazil, countries like Cuba and others, which tried to quote unquote do their own thing with regard to vaccine manufacture and supply, and which to a large extent were very, very successful. Very, very successful in addressing the pandemic, but have not been adequately researched and looked at. If you look at the data, even around the Russian Sputnik vaccine, also highly impressive in terms of its efficacy, and the impact that that had on deaths in Russia is also very clear. Although a lot of the focus is on the AstraZeneca and the Pfizers and the others, but yet a lot of information hardly available for decision making around the rest of the less popular solutions, including vaccines that were developed. So what we can do with especially models is to help to mitigate uncertainty by providing information. And then once you mitigate uncertainty, you mitigate fear, and then you provide both insight and hindsight. The hindsight perhaps is easier to look at, and we'll look at some of these, because now you can look back and see, right, why was that decision right? Why was that decision wrong? And a lot of the decisions that appear right, you actually realize were just luck, so to speak. Speak some of these. I have one very controversial one I would raise. But ultimately, what you want is to generate foresight. So what do we do next? And hopefully, we have enough information from the COVID pandemic to be able to adequately address the next pandemic. Recently, the World Economic Forum was having a meeting in Davos, and world leaders discussed the next disease X. And they discussed this within the context of it being 10 times as lethal as COVID and being able to spread even faster than COVID. So this is the new descriptor of the disease X. And I remember a couple of friends reached out and said, they say there's a new disease called disease X. Is it true? I said, no, it's only hypothetical. But again, that talks to science communication. But the fear of the unknown can lead us in different directions. So very important that while we develop these models and other sources of information, that we check the knowledge that is available, because we want to temper the unknown, but then we want to see on hindsight which decisions worked well and which ones did not. We want to then be able to interpret this knowledge with additional layer of scrutiny. The reason why this is so important is that if we don't do this, the knowledge gets embedded. And if it's wrong, it means that we are building on a faulty foundation, which obviously will lead to a building that will crumble one day, and the outcomes can be disastrous. We also need to acknowledge, by looking at the data very carefully, where we were lucky. Now, it's very important because many countries tend to pride themselves on some of the good outcomes from COVID. And they say, oh, it's because we took decisions based on data. One of the controversial points that I like making, and again, this is my own opinion, which I'm still looking at the base of the data, is that if you look at the seroprevalence estimates for COVID in Africa, and you superimpose that on when the vaccines arrived, you'd realize that there was already a very high seroprevalence before the first vaccines made it into Africa. Seroprevalence estimates in average African cities were topping between 60 and 70%. in many instances, including some of the work that I did myself with colleagues in Ghana and in other countries. So the argument is that, Africa could have fared fairly well without the vaccines at all. Now, there's this view. I remember I made this point to one of my students and he said, yes, exactly why I didn't go for the vaccine. I said, no, you can't say that, because you can never tell what would have been. This is on hindsight, only on hindsight, only on hindsight. Now, work done by Professor Gordon Awandari and others in Ghana and other parts of Africa has tried to explain why it happened this way, why it spread so fast. In fact, it's very clear it spread just as fast in Africa as it spread in other parts of the world. But it looks like malaria had a significant role to play in the body's immune response to the virus, among other things, right? But we didn't know this before. So nobody could argue that, oh, we didn't need the vaccines in Africa. It was just a waste of time. You can't make that argument. But it's important to also talk about these things. They're not pleasant things to talk about, but we need to talk about them and really look carefully at what really happened and what could have happened, what didn't happen. All right. So think about this, decisions made by the UK, decisions made by Sweden, going the herd immunity route. We saw how badly that went in the UK, how badly that went in Sweden, although interestingly, it was much, much worse in the UK than Sweden. The interesting thing is that both initially decided to go the herd immunity route. Sweden first and then later UK, I believe. Sweden made a bit of a turnaround a little earlier than the UK did. Many people lambast the UK and Sweden for this decision, but think about it this way: what if it had gone right? It was based on uncertainty. So they did the analysis, the economic analysis. They realized, okay, let's just weather this. If we just push a little bit of suffering, we gain herd immunity and we'll be through this earlier than anybody else. Fortunately, it didn't work that way, but it could have well worked that way. So when governments and individuals, or say the governments in particular, make decisions along these lines and they backfire, the decisions were based on science. In actual fact, the chief scientist in Sweden was, lampooned literally for leading his country in that direction, but it was based on technology, whatever was available at the time, right? And you can see these graphs. If you look at it very carefully, you would realize that this is the scale for Sweden, and this is the scale of the UK. So while the graphs look pretty similar, the scales are very different. But one would argue that two different countries both made, quote unquote, what we now know to be the wrong decision, but all with bad outcomes, but one with much worse outcomes than the other. Again, this shows how there can be so much uncertainty, and we can hardly predict sometimes how things will go and how bad it will be in one place versus another. Again, look at the globe, hindsight, as I talked about. Look at the different, shall I say, this is the different figures in Africa alone. This is COVID-19 cases in Africa, just the cases alone. Ghana, my country, is the deep red there, together Nigeria, deep red. These are the only deep reds in West Africa, a bunch of other deep reds like South Africa and a few others. Then you can look at the cases by 100,000 population. Again, very similar, although a few deeper colors again in Senegal, a few other places. You see South Africa, much deeper than the rest. This is the COVID-19 case fatality ratio. And you can see again, when you do the case fatality ratio, then the colors, the intensity of the colors is very different across Africa. Then when you look at the test pair case ratios, again, you see very different colors. Now, what is this trying to say? This is only trying to say that this data exists, but I mean, would one really think that in West Africa, between countries like Ghana, let me enlarge this a bit. Ghana, this is Cote d'Ivoire, that's Togo, that's Benin, and that's Nigeria. Why would there be such so different numbers of COVID? Why so different case fatality ratios? The populations are fairly homogeneous, but very homogeneous. The economies are not very different, at least between Cote d'Ivoire and Ghana and Nigeria, so to speak. But this is just a function of of data was not having been available. And therefore, the models were just totally out of sync. Even globally, if you look at the two big models, the one developed by was Neil Ferguson at Imperial, and then the other ones developed by Chris Murray and others at IHME, none of them got it right at all. Whether local or global estimates, none got it right whatsoever. So again, speaking to how even with the better data, better analysis, including modeling, we can still get it entirely wrong, and uncertainty ends up ruling the day. I like showing this especially because with these such a different heterogeneous picture in Africa, how can we make decisions and policies based on this? You would therefore suggest that something very different must be done in Ghana versus what must be done in Cote d'Ivoire. But it's certainly not the case, absolutely not. I remember Tanzania, for example, declared that COVID was gone. One day the president decided, he ended up dying from COVID himself, but he decided one day that there was no more COVID. And truth be told, there was no more COVID. They seemed to be just fine, so to speak. Were they really fine or were they not fine? We don't know. But it just tells you how uncertainty ends up ruling the day. And then there's the additional uncertainty that came about, which again could hardly be modeled, and it's one of the reasons why the models were thrown out of gear, was the variance, and how the variance ended up with the variance led to very different signs and symptoms, not only symptoms, signs and symptoms of COVID over a short period of time. There was once this very popular COVID toe, which was one of the signs of COVID, which then disappeared. Then there was the COVID rash, which also disappeared. Now the COVID abdominal pain, which then disappeared. So with all these things in the mix, it just shows you how it shows the limitations of models and what does that mean for decision making and choices that the countries would make, and therefore at a global level what the recommendations would be. Think also about a country like South Africa. How could South Africa alone, of all the variants that we know from COVID, or the major variants that emerged through to Omicron was the last, in my view, the last major variant. How come that South Africa alone produced Beta and Omicron? A relatively, it's not a small country, but out of all the countries in the world, one country, southern tip of Africa, gave the world two variants. And do you really think so? Obviously, I don't think that's what happened, but it just tells you how blind we were flying during the COVID, because South Africa was sequencing at a very crazy rate. The UK was also doing the same, but the UK has a far more genetically homogeneous population than South Africa. South Africa has a much more diverse population and much more diverse ecosystem, which perhaps fueled a greater chance of variants emerging and a greater chance of them detecting these. So again, speaking to the fact that when there is lack of data, lack of analysis, you would end up with a picture like this suggesting that these are the variants, but in reality, there may be several others that might have just flown on the radar, they have emerged and then waxed and waned without ever being seen. But I doubt strongly that South Africa alone was successful in, out of all the 6 major variants that emerged, South Africa alone gave us 2. And I don't think that's just happened. It just tells you how we're lacking information. Okay, so I'm just trying to conclude, and I just wanted to show this to you, what it would mean if we wanted to model things in a holistic way, and what that means for the work that you, the great modelers, have ahead of you. This I've taken from our Lancet One Health Commission report, so it's not yet published, and it's an illustration we made of socio-ecological systems. It just reveals the complexity of human-animal environment interactions across different ecosystems. And if you really want to understand what risk is, what potential outcomes would be, then modeling would need to really be looking more in the direction of complex socio-ecological systems, including human behavior. And that makes it very, very, very difficult. Very, very difficult and very challenging. And I know more and more people are moving in this direction of trying to model, including socio-ecological systems, but it just tells you the challenges that we have ahead. Thankfully, with greater computing power, with artificial intelligence and so on, maybe we'll be able to do a better job of modeling complex socio-ecological systems. Another one I wanted to show you, again from our Lancet One Health Commission, a report is of antimicrobial resistance and the problem of AMR. Recent models, and this is one of the benefits of doing strong modeling, is showing that the ways in which AMR emerges in low and middle income countries is quite different from the way AMR emerges in high income countries. Now, it was always thought that we knew the mechanisms for AMR and that these apply across the board, but models are showing us that this is very, very different. This is yet to be fully accepted and will have implications for the way AMR is pursued in different parts of the world, or the way AMR is prevented in many parts of the world. So in here, although the diagrams are very similar, what you see here is that in the low-income countries, you have different kinds of health facilities, but if you look very carefully, you see that the icons differ in many ways. Waste disposal, very different. The environment, very different. And ultimately, what you realize is that it is the environment that has the greatest role to play in determining how AMR arises. And what we're also finding more recently is that the environmental changes also impact on immunological responses to diseases, and how even urbanization in Africa is fundamentally changing immune response and immune profiles of populations. How do you model that? How do you factor that into models, including long-term models for the impact of climate change on One Health? All these are very important considerations to be made. And then there's also the complexity of food systems. This again is from a Lancet One Health Commission report. And you see how the food systems are impacted by the environment, the human system, the plant system, the animal system. So if we're trying to model food systems, taking in consideration all these complexities, again, from a One Health perspective, needs to be done. So that shows you how modelers cannot possibly afford to be non-multidisciplinary and non-interdisciplinary. Fact is, there's only so much you can know and how much depth you can have. So you can be multidisciplinary to a certain point. But then the interdisciplinarity means that you need to bring several people to the table, keep developing your model, including people who are not into modeling at all, including even indigenous populations and so on, to build models that would really, hopefully, tell us the truth and lead us in the right direction when it comes to foresight. And then there's always the persistence of the unknown in global One Health. And what is the role of modeling in trying to understand what the disease X would be? We're still grappling with this. It's not, I like this because we say the disease X, we don't know whether that is actually going to be the actual disease, maybe that one, we don't know. And then we need to accept the possibility of failure. And if we learn from the COVID models and all the negative or bad outcomes that came out of the decisions that were taken based on models that were provided, and not feeling too bad about that because some of these decisions were based on information that we had at that time. Getting populations to understand that decisions will be made based on whatever data is available, and the outcomes may not always turn out right. To date, there are investigations going on in the US and the UK in many countries into why certain decisions were made during COVID. And sometimes I wonder why, because some of these investigations are, well, it's necessary because some things were overlooked, but some things were decisions were made based on the data that was available then at that time. But people are so obsessed with poor outcomes and holding people responsible for poor outcomes, when some of these poor outcomes were actually as a result of this is all we had and this is all we could do based on what we had. I'm not saying you don't hold people accountable, but also we need to be able to say, yeah, we didn't get the outcomes we wanted from our model simply because we did not have that information. Now we have better information, we can recalibrate, hopefully we'll get it right another time. Right, and then finally, as I end, I wanted to just raise this, hopefully for a short discussion if we have the time, around what role the pandemic treaty can have on streamlining actions and reactions on a global scale to secure global One Health. I'm not too sure how successful this would be, given the fact that there's so much uncertainty in the mix and how we react so differently to this uncertainty or great unknown. And this pandemic treaty, I'm not surprised that it's been watered down significantly already. And my question is, at what point will the pandemic treaty be useless? Because if it doesn't achieve that goal of constraining everybody of all countries in a certain direction, which would reduce the risk of a pandemic or mitigate the impact of a pandemic, then it's not useful at all. So it calls for a lot of trade-offs, and many countries are not willing to trade off if they do not know enough about what those trade-offs would do for them. So addressing this unknown is very critical, and this is where the governance of Ed for One Health needs to be the focus, as opposed to the governance for health, which is just referring to health governance throughout all relevant sectors. So we focus more on governance of and for One Health, which is really the way in which we should go. Unfortunately, it looks like a lot of the governance has been focused on governance for health, which is health throughout all relevant sectors. So with that, I don't know if I will stop here, but I wanted to share a little bit with you on modeling of COVID in Ghana in the early days. Maybe I'll just show a few slides on this, and I can refer you to the paper that we published on this. But it just shows how, at the end of the day, the conclusion was that, yeah, we did some modeling. Yes, decisions were made, policies were made. But at the end of the day, whatever the outcomes, we were to a large extent really, really lucky. My government doesn't like to hear this, but the evidence is very clear. And I know the government likes to tout how, oh yeah, we did a lot of lockdowns, we were screening at the airport and so on and so forth, and this really helped control the COVID. But the fact is that that was not it. That really was not it. And we need to really come clean and say, we were just lucky, so to speak, in many respects. This could have gone in many different ways. So we had our first case of COVID in March 2020. And there was a lot of discussion and debate around the lockdowns, as you know. You can see that interesting one. I support a lockdown in Ghana. People were expressing their opinions here and there. And so what we did was we tried to take the early data within the first 3 months and use this to model what would be moving forward, and try to also model what the impact of the lockdowns and other interventions had been. Ghana had never produced an R0, wanted to see whether our R0 was different from other countries and why it would be different. So let me just cut to the chase and just show you these. This just shows the number of cases by sample taken in Ghana in the early days. And then this shows the cumulative number of cases by the date the sample was taken in the first 135 days. Okay. So this is the statistical model that we used to develop our estimates. I'll skip all these and show you this. We use the jackknife method to estimate what the actual increase in number of cases would have been in Ghana simply because at a point in time, all the contact tracing had stopped and we're not able to get a handle on the actual number of cases. So we presume that in the early days, when there was a lot of testing and contact tracing, that would reflect the reality. And if you apply what was going on in those days using the jackknife method, superimpose it on what we actually have, you realize that we're missing quite a lot, When we did our estimates for our not, thankfully, not very different from other parts of the world, but actually quite on the high side and closer to South Africa and others. It's quite interesting. But this is where it is most interesting to me, which is you see a highly varied impact of the various interventions, including the lockdowns and bans on gatherings, on the reproduction number, and on the number of cases. So this is the blue line is your estimated reproduction number, superimposed on the number of cases. At a point, you see that the reproduction number is much lower, the number of cases is much higher. Again, showing you how at that point, the models become not very helpful, not very useful. Again, this is another one showing the same. Not very helpful, not very useful because the data was just not available. There were so many unknowns. There are a few more slides I wanted to show you, but I will just stop right here because of time. And I would like to say a big thank you again to Elan and to everyone for having me all the way. And I'm happy for us to have a discussion if we still have some time, although I know the time is fast. Thank you very much once again. Yes, please. I know Ellen is supposed to moderate, but she has a cough and she's online, so I guess I can go ahead.
Moderating from here will be a bit difficult, so.
Exactly. So
yeah,
I'll do it myself, if you don't mind.
I just want to say thank you. That was fascinating talk. And I just wondered if there's any lessons to be learned from the financial industry, where they have portfolios of strategies to mitigate risk. And that's been the subject of discussion.
No, it's a very important point that you raised, and I had a bit of that, and I took it out because I thought I would be digressing a bit. So it's very interesting that you raise it. Now, what I found, I should say, in the financial industry is that there's an element of they say this is it, and therefore that is it. And then sometimes the reality pokes its head out. Now, the good thing is, the good thing for them is that there are these large financial industry players that are able to sometimes agree on certain indices and conditions. And once they agree and work with those, they provide estimates which people are comfortable with, but which may not really be. Well, this allows them, because again, it's a part of the financial market is based on, as you know, uncertainty and people's feelings towards things. So if they can make people feel better about certain things and therefore act in a certain way, then everything looks just fine. So yes, we can learn from them, but there's only so much we can learn from them, because in the health sector, the reality pops its head out more often than not, as opposed to the financial sector, where you can all of a sudden hear of a huge company going bankrupt. So what happened all along? Yes, it had nothing all along, but everybody said it was just fine, and so it was just fine. But that doesn't happen in the health sector. So yes, when it comes to how they deal with uncertainty, I guess what we could learn is maybe just a better curation of data on a global scale. And for us, what that means is surveillance, One Health surveillance, and doing that in a holistic way. What that would mean is that this integrated surveillance approach that has been talked about so many times should be, I don't know how to put it, but better streamlined, in the sense that there are so many different things that are going on with integrated One Health surveillance. Animal health data has been collected from different parts of the world in different ways, and being able to aggregate that into shall I say, uniform databases which can then be made available openly to modelers and others to use to make policy recommendations is still lacking. But in the financial sector, they have all this data from every single country, even a country that is war-torn, a country that is obscure. They have all this data. It's publicly available. Anybody can use that same data to make projections and so on and so forth. So for me, the one thing we could learn from them is just the aggregation of data and making it publicly available. That's the one thing I would say. Please. Yeah.
So thank you so much for the amazing presentation. I'm very interested in issues that international policy and modeling. So we touched that's. I want to just hear a little bit more about, when you shared that sort of the situation on the ground in Ghana and
Yes.
Was similar enough that the extent of the data was very different.
Yeah.
It really was not impacted the data.
Yeah.
Right? And when I think of like data collection for financial services, obviously the technology allows them to get data right in a way that isn't being the case in healthcare systems, even in the place that has level of aiding by work, I imagine like similar to the question that you mentioned. So how do we counterbalance, right? I'm not a moderator in philosophy science, but how do we counterbalance, right? When we, at least I'm a consumer, right? The fact that data collection just has these constraints that will, among other things, have the implication that you mentioned, which is, the data tells you that there are differences that may not be on the ground, but that's all that you got, right?
So great question, and this is what I wanted to bring out. I don't have the answer, but
John, excuse me.
Yes, ma'am.
Could you repeat the question, because we really don't hear when people are in the room.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Well, I don't know if I put it as eloquently as he did, but I'll try and summarize. So what he was asking is how I showed how the COVID numbers in terms of deaths and cases and so on were very different in different parts of Africa, but how these numbers are what is used for all decision making. And if those numbers are wrong, then how do we move forward in terms of doing our modeling and decision making and so on and so forth? Does that capture it? I wish you could have heard him yourself, but again, what I try to do here is to show how big this problem is. Now, if you think back to the global burden of disease estimates from when they started, 2005, and if you think about it, that it's only 2005 that we had the first global burden of disease estimate. Can you imagine? What would you know about before then? But even from there has been a lot of disagreement on the global burden of disease estimates. You saw how for the 2010 estimates, there's a big fight between the IHME in Seattle and the WHO in Geneva, especially for a disease like malaria, where the estimates were completely different. Now, the interesting thing is that Chris Murray at IHME was actually heading that department that was doing the GHG, Global Health Estimates in WHO, before we left to IHME. But that's a different discussion. So and it had massive implications for budgets in terms of how the Global Fund would do business, how they would provide funds to address malaria in endemic countries. And then you look at improvements in the global burden of disease estimate. For the first GBD global burden of disease estimates, you had only 2 countries in Africa, or it's actually 1 in Africa that had actual data collection done, which was Tanzania, right? And the generalization that has to be done for the GBD. Sometimes you really wonder, does this really reflect? It's improved massively and now, but my question is always, does this really reflect the reality? Now it's a combination of mortality and morbidity, and the game changer is always the disability weights. How were these disability weights obtained? from whom. And we really believe that these disability rates are so homogeneous across the entire world, i.e. there's losing one finger in Canada means the same thing as losing one finger in Ghana, just put it that way. Well, but that's all we have, and it's much like the financial sector where they have the numbers, and we know some of the numbers may not be, but everybody agrees and they can get away with it. But in the health sector, it doesn't work that way. So what this means is that most likely the foundation on which we've built or we're building many of our global health decisions may be fundamentally flawed. It doesn't mean we just throw up our hands in exasperation, say so we do nothing, obviously. But while we pursue this, we should be humble enough to accept that our foundation is not reliable enough. And the fundamental collection of data in a routine way, again, routine way because the world is changing so rapidly. You collect data for year one, in year two, things have changed completely. So having that mechanism of constant data collection feeding into these dynamic models, which then allows us to see how things are changing, is where I think the solution is. It calls for a lot of funding, a lot of effort, but that's the only way we can really have our finger on the pulse, because right now our finger is not on the pulse. We're feeling something, but that's not the pulse. And you can disagree if you would, but just get my conclusion.
Yeah, I'll be very brief because I think after that, we need to move on. But
Just one more question that's on the floor, so when you're done, please.
There's one more on the floor. Okay, so go ahead on the floor, or if there's anyone online, and then that will be the last question before we move on. But John, just one thing. Animal health has to be valued a whole lot more in order for this to work. It cannot only be about human health.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's one of the slides I had. If you look at what I talked about in the governance of and for One Health, is exactly the point I made, that as opposed to doing governance of health, we need governance of and for One Health, which then emphasizes the intrinsic value of animal health from the perspective of healthy, sustainable socio-ecological systems. So 100% agree with you. Yeah. Please go ahead.
Question, Patrick Lake, University of Montreal. So it's a great talk. There's a bullet on one of your slides about managing uncertainty, and one of the recommendations was to manage expectations.
Yeah.
Could you elaborate a little bit on that in terms of how we communicate results of modeling? How we do modeling, but then the communication aspect. What does that mean for the people in this room? How do you manage expectations around modeling?
Yeah, and that's a great question, and it's a difficult one because when the modelers, go to governments or decision makers with your model, I mean, they want something very definitive, and they want some kind of an assurance that this is the result we will get if we do what you say we should do. And as I explained, the two big models for COVID all fell flat. And so I would say, to be on the safer side, as modelers, the best thing is to really present as many possible scenarios as possible and leave the ultimate decision to those who are responsible for it. The challenge is often when the modelers point to that, okay, based on all that we have, we suggest this model as the best option. Sometimes maybe push the wall. We say, okay, we've seen all that. Which one do you think is the best? But I think it's important to shy away from that, and especially when it comes to outbreaks. Well, outbreaks, not outbreaks of known pathogens, which we know very well how they work, but emerging re-emerging infectious diseases, to maybe be a bit more humble or nuanced and say, well, these are all the possible options, and the decision really is yours at the end of the day. Unfortunately, during the COVID, many modelers were held responsible. So this is the model they gave us, we followed it, and things didn't turn out the way we had anticipated. But it's also the population, the citizenry, that have to understand. We have to help them to understand the element of uncertainty. Otherwise, and we saw this during the COVID, how people were so angry with the so-called science flip-flopping. Today it's this, tomorrow it's that, and so on and so forth. But just being able to say that we do not know, and we as we move forward, we will change, and so on and so forth. It's easier when levels of indication are higher. In many LMICs, this was a huge challenge, and people piggybacked on this to suggest that there were conspiracy theories. But then I realized that even among the highly educated, this also persisted to a large extent. So no easy answer, but I would say that being able to provide as many options as possible, make it very clear that there is no guarantee, making it more clear that there's more guarantee, maybe the way to.
Okay, let's stop here for this lecture. Thank you very much. Thank you. Due to timing, we will continue while the coffee is here. So, Jane, maybe you can start with that. So you can hold my machine, or you need maybe it's Here,
I'll send it to you by email.
Do you want to just stop? Do you want me to? Go ahead, I'm not.
Should you record, stop recording?
So White-Ping, are you taking a short break?
No.
No?
Yeah.
Want me to start?
Yeah.
All right, I'm just here very quickly to introduce theme one. And making sure that everyone can still hear us online.
Yes.
Okay. So, we have a series of short presentations, to give. Some people are in the room, some people are online. And we'll maybe figure out the questions. We had sort of 2 question breaks throughout, but maybe we'll save them to the end.
I can save my.
For, because we're a little bit behind schedule. So without further ado, I should check, my name is Jane Carly, I'm from the University of Guelph. And so theme 1 is, Bouchka Nasri from Université de Montréal, Hélène Canavin, also University of Montreal, Julian Arino from, University of Manitoba. And without further ado, I'll turn it over to Bouchka to give the first talk.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. So we'll have like a couple of presentation for team 1, but before that, I will present a little bit what we did over the 2 years and a half. So this is team 1, which is the data management team, and this is the KPIs of team 1 in pictures. And as Jane introduced some of them, there are also Usman and Mia, who are at University of Calgary. Over the 2.5 years, we hired and we worked with more than 12 HQP for this team. And what we did as so the goals of our teams was about to collect information about models and data sources for some specific infectious diseases. We wanted also to evaluate methods and find a way to validate the data and see if some kind of data are more representative or give us more information about the predictions. And to assess the credibility of various sources of data in the modeling part. we revisit a little bit our goals after getting the grant, and we added some specific milestones, such as gathering all this information in a data portal. And by doing that, we added extra goals, such as doing the focus group to understand what is a data portal for infectious disease in the One Health lens. And we did a survey to gather some information about what people think about data portal. And we started building this data portal for One Health infectious diseases. So over the 2.5 years, we published more than 6 articles. One of them just get accepted in the Lancet Regional Health America for Lyme disease. And we did other papers for gathering models, such as the one we published with Team 4 on One Health, and other papers that are more about the credibility of data. We also have submitted or close to submission. We have like 5 papers or more than that. I just gather papers that I'm aware of, but I'm sure that the team has more production and more paper that are submitted right now. So we also participated in several conferences, and we also organized some of them, such as one at CMS and another one at CRM last year. So here we find like some pictures about the HQPs presenting in those conferences. And we started building the data portal for OMNI, and here is just a screenshot about what like the front page of the data portal right now. It's ongoing project, so it's not done yet. But we started building on the data rep and the models, and so we will see some pieces of that at the end of the presentation. So I will let you with the first presentation from Marine Iber. It's a scoping review, so Marine, the floor is yours. I believe.
Okay, hi everyone. So my name is Marianne, thanks to be there. I'm working at the University of Montreal under the supervision of Dr. Hélène Carabin. And today I'm going to present my scoping review, which is the mathematical modeling method describing the transmission dynamic of zoonosis using rodent as host. Bushra, do you have something to say? Oh.
Thanks.
Okay. So a short introduction of why to use to focus on rodent, because first they represent most of more than 60% of all mammals on Earth. They live in a variety of different environments and in all continents and countries except in Antarctica. Among those environments, we find them to be very close to humans, so there is a high probability of contact between them and humans. And there is a positive effect of anthropization on rodents. So I mean by that, how humans related activities such as urbanization, deforestation, which also create more contact with humans and thus higher possibility of disease transmission. And finally, they have a very fast reproduction cycle, which is also considered in the transmission dynamic of the disease. So a word on the basic reproduction number. I guess you all know that is the number of secondary cases generated by a single infected individual in a fully susceptible population. So it's a very important measure in epidemiology, since it's a contagiousness indicator depending if R0 is below or above 1. And it is fully documented at the human-animal or even animal-to-animal interface. So here, for instance, you have the graph of estimates of R0 during the COVID-19 pandemic for several countries, and you have the table of killing and funny book, where you have estimates of, I would say, famous disease for humans of R0. So that would be very of interest to have those kind of results at the animal interface. So the objective of the scoping is to identify the pathogen model in those studies, to identify the rodent species and other hosts involved, the space and time of applies for the structure of those model, and the parameter linked to the transmission dynamic with a focus on R0. So rapidly, the third strategy, the idea was to address a list of all possible pathogens transmitted by rodents. Then we have done a 3 groups of keywords, one related to a pathogen, one to modeling methods, one to zoonosis, and combining with hand, body, and operator. You can see the inclusion criteria just above here. They were a bit refined for phase 2 full screening stage. And for the extraction protocol, we had specific questions related to the host and pathogen model, the model structure and approach, and the transmission rate parameter with the R0. So you see here the database that were investigated, and if you might be interested, there is the protocol that was submitted in Open Science Framework Registry. Here you have the Prisma protocol. So you can see we started with a lot of articles, so more than 20,000. After title and abstract screening, we had 459 remaining, and for the expansion, 215, which has been under review. So we have not finished yet with the interaction. So we just present a preliminary result. You can see that we have mostly compartmental model, which was quite expected, followed by agent-based, a bit of cellular automata, and network model. The pathogen finally, the most represented were viruses, and in the pathogen, the most known we had antivirus and Yersinia pestis. Just kidding. Yeah. Okay. So given for the sake of simplicity, given the high number of articles, the heterogeneity between the models, and the fact that we mostly have compartmental model, we decided to focus on the compartmental one only. So for the non-compartmental model, we just, again, you can skip. We will just take those information, so the pathogen model, the population involved, the rodent species, and if the code is accessible or not. For the compartmental models, we will go a little bit deeper in the extraction. So you can see here the kind of information we want. So the transmission mode, population model, the modeling approach, things like that. And the two things I wanted to highlight here is, first of all, the open accessibility to the code, because you can see that among all those models, only 3.5% of those models give data accessibility. So which is a shame, because sometimes we really need kind of important information that we can find in the code. However, about the R0, we had 65% of articles that give R0, so at the animal interface really. So that's really interesting for us. Yeah, so here, these are the data more focused on the R0. I decided to show you the sample of data extracted about the Lassa fever case, because it was interesting to compare, because they all modeled the Nigeria pandemic during the 2020s. You can see here the transmission road, the R0 structure that was taken into account for the calculation, and the R0 value. So here, what is very important is the way the R0 is represented. So sometimes you can see we have the value of the model with extension, persistence, which is calculated with specific parameter and specific initial condition. Sometimes we don't have a numerical solution, but the author gives the sensitivity analysis to show the most influential parameter. Sometimes we also see graphical simulation with the variation of the R0 depending several conditions. And sometimes we also have the set of value that is necessary to give the verification analysis, so the transition from the disease-free equilibrium to the endemic equilibrium. So that's all interesting data, of course, but the challenge here is the way the R0 is represented across those models, because you can see it's all very different. So the challenge in modeling study like that is what's the way to report those results as to deal with the heterogeneity of the models. And that will be my final conclusion for the moment. So on this review, it's really the challenge to compare those models, and there will be a need for accepted guidelines to report model and for systematic review of model. and I would say mainly for people like me, which I'm not a modeler, to become more interested in the biological signification of those models and the implementation in public health. To make the publication of the code mandatory would be very interesting too, and to find a manner to standardize the way R0 is represented.
Thank you. The second presentation is Joanna.
Hello everyone, my name is Joanna. I'm going to present the result of our scoping review based in dengue, Zika, and chikungunya disease. To start, I'm going to start with the Zika virus. Zika virus and chikungunya virus are infections that pose a significant public health challenge worldwide, but particularly in those tropical and subtropical areas. That is why mathematical and statistical modeling has emerged as very valuable tool for understand the complex dynamics of vector-borne disease, particularly this vector-borne disease. For this scoping review, we aim to discern the mathematical and statistical models employed in the literature to investigate the CKB and CDB include with interaction with other pathogens. A systematic search strategy was employed across 3 databases, PubMed, Web of Science, and MathScience. And based on that, we identify relevant studies. In order to design our scoping review, we plan some research questions. The first one is determine the dynamics of Zika and chikungunya, as well as their concurrence with other diseases, for example, with dengue, COVID-19, and others, based on mathematical and statistical structure, primary variables, and some transmission parameters. We also analyze the evolving interest over time in the research based on mathematical and statistical models for Zika and chikungunya. Then we plan to identify the geographical regions where the more research activities in this field was conducted. And finally, we classify the most prevalent intervention strategies in the mathematical and statistical model for this disease. In this diagram, we can see the Prisma big diagram for Zika disease. At the beginning, we found a lot of manuscript to screen, but after remove duplicators, we considered only 157 papers to extract information for Zika disease. Next one, please. Similarly, for chikungunya, we include only 87 papers to extract data for chikungunya. Regarding the CKB results, we found that vector host compartmental models were the most prominent studies for Zika disease, but particularly during 2015 and 2016 epidemic in Colombia and Brazil. Colombia and Brazil are South American countries. We found also concurrent infection with dengue, chikungunya, and COVID-19. And we found that human mobility patterns and environmental, socioeconomic, and demographic aspects influence in the Zika disease. We also found some limitations. Those limitations were focused mainly in the structural limitation of the model and also the lack of data. For chikungunya, we could incorporate both mathematical and statistical model, but we found that a mathematical model prevailed over a statistical model. regarding to the geographic areas, we found that most manuscripts were found in overseas region of France, Colombia, and Brazil. We found concurrence with dengue, Zika, yellow fever, and COVID-19. And also, we can find intervention strategies like personal protection and mosquito control as the most prominent control strategies in order to prevent or control these diseases. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
As you saw, we did several scoping reviews, and everyone has like different goals. So we did one last year with Team 4 to gather a mathematical model for mpox, and it's published on One Health. So the goal of our paper was mainly to understand different approaches to model mpox, but also to understand the different limitation on those models and what is left to be done. And after getting this work done, we got a grant on CIHR on modeling mpox, which we are working right now on it. So we did the same techniques to do a scoping review. So we have like a keywords, and then we search on a certain database, and then we had at the end 19 studies to review. Most of them were before the recent outbreak. More specifically in Africa, and then there are some recent work in the so-called the global north, and the approaches that to understand the dynamic of mpox were mainly compartmental modeling, followed by a branching process and some other stochastic models. So here we gather also the parameters from the compartmental models, and also some other information for the branching processes, such as the distributions, the year use, and the data. And then we try to summarize all the information in some graphs, so people can understand and follow what is existed in the literature without going and reading again the paper. So we drafted all those graphs to understand what compartments has been used in the literature. We did a similar things for the Lyme disease paper that just got accepted. So and then what we understand as limitation is that it's mainly complex problems. So the compartmental models that were available on literature was lacking some precision about some high risk, low risk population by age and stratification in general, and also all the aspects behind the behavior, because mpox is more related to behavior, and so it was not included in all the paper that we reviewed at that time. Now there are other papers that are out there that include more information and more compartments. So this is all. So we will move to the second part, which is credibility of various sources of data. And I will ask Elda to start. So Elda is online right now.
Thank you. So my name is Elda Lais, and I'm a PhD candidate at University of Montreal. So here I will explain our two articles. So we've tried to assess the credibility of internet-based or web search data as a complementary tool in Lyme disease, specifically Lyme disease surveillance. In this two paper, first of all, we collect data from Twitter. And in one, we only assess tweets from a United States, and we evaluate the similar trends, spatial and temporal distribution of those tweets and Lyme disease incidences in United States. And in the other one, we assess we assess the improvement for the performance of BERT, which are NLP classification model, when we add sentimental words such as emojis to the tweet to see if it will improve the model accuracy. So first of all, to explain Lyme disease, the background, Lyme disease is a tick-borne disease. It is like one of the main tick-borne diseases in North America. It is estimated to be over 90% of all vector-borne diseases in this region, and it is transmitted mainly to ticks. It has a lot of symptoms which are mainly non-specific and has a crossover with other tick-borne diseases as well, making it very difficult to diagnose, which is making him a threat in public health. When it comes to the traditional surveillance system in Lyme disease, because of the non-specificity of its symptoms, is hard to diagnose, and also the laboratory tests available to diagnosis can take some time before assessing or confirming the cases. One of the example on one of the is in CDC has diagnosed over 30,000 cases of Lyme diseases in United States in 2021. And when in that same year, various studies have estimated Lyme disease using other sources such as insurance claims, and estimated Lyme disease cases to be over 400,000 in United States. So we use epidemiology is also known as digital surveillance, is when we use web data searches or social media data and collected the data from there and used it as a complementary tool to study any diseases distribution, spatial and temporal distribution. So why did we choose Twitter? We choose Twitter because of the availability of collecting up to 1% of daily tweets free through the Twitter API, and also because it was the possibility of geolocated tweet through some Python libraries such as GeoP, and also because there was other studies using tweet to assess the distribution of infection disease in other countries. Our main goal was to provide a data set with tweets from all over the world in English, and to evaluate how they will a model or specifically transformer-based model can perform to assess the distribution of the epidemiology of Lyme disease. So here is our methodology. First of all, we collected tweets from 2010 to 2019, and using hashtag, we use keywords such as Lyme diseases, and we collected all related, all daily tweets from the AP from that period of time. And after that, after some cleaning and removing hashtag or other words, removing the emojis, we separate them into two main data sets. So the training, which was semi-automatically done, and then we have the text and the text data, which was done manually by 4 of our research lab members, and there was like a crossover across decision about those that they were not were not sure of. So we use a label 1 or 2 for each of those tweets, and one was for a class for tweet that we consider as related to Lyme disease, and a 0 for the one that were not relevant or were irrelevant for Lyme disease. Then after that, we train our model. We train our model, which was a birth model. We train them to recognize the relevant and the irrelevant one, and then we compare them with other NLP classification model to see if they will perform better. And after that, we will assess the accuracy, the prediction of the accuracy of our model to be able to classify a tweet as relevant to Lyme disease or irrelevant to Lyme disease. So these are our results using, when we were focusing on only tweets from United States from 2010 to 2019, we've observed that tweets are able to, like tweet distribution were the tweet distribution trend was similar to CDC Lyme disease cases throughout the year, with 1 month with tweeters being the peak in Lyme disease discussion happening 1 month prior CDC cases, and that can be explained through a lot of things. First of all, because it can take up to 1 month for Lyme disease symptoms to be fully developed and diagnosis, and also because Twitters or public health organization tend to advise or send warning for Lyme disease or ticks 1 month prior, the month of June and July, which is the month where ticks are more prominent and people can have like easy encounter with ticks. Here we assess the temporal distribution with our with CDC cases and tweets, the tweet count that we collected, and we can assess that there are some similarity from 2013 and up, and from 2010, 2011, and 2012. There was not such thing, mainly because in those early years, Twitter was not quite popular as it was after 2013. So there was not a lot of conversation about Lyme disease. And also Lyme disease was quite unknown prior that period of time. So it can explain why Twitter counts were low, and then and thus does not have any similarity with CDC cases, which changed after 2013, where we can see some similar trend between tweet count and the disease incidence. So here we try to assess the spatial distribution of tweet count using, we use a plot of tweet rate and assess them and compare them with Lyme disease incidence rate. And we can assess a consistent pattern indicating that the plot of tweet rate were largely distributed in the west and northeast region of United States, where Lyme disease tend to have the highest prevalence. We also assess, we also use medical symptoms to extract those that tweet count, and we assess that the main or the most common symptoms from Lyme diseases were the one that was most used in those tweeted that we collected, such as rash, fatigue. Those the main one were the one that we actually assess, or we encounter that were more reported in the tweeted that were classified as relevant to Lyme disease.
Thank you, Hilda. So now I invite Philip to present his work. Philip.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
It's not Julia, it's Philip. Is Philip here?
If it's not, we want to do it.
I think so. So, okay. So we will move on because I'm not very aware what they did exactly. But it sounds like very cool work on EVM modeling. It's unfortunate that he is not here, but we will move to Julia. So we will start the third part on data portal. So we'll start by Julia. She will talk about the result of the focus group study.
Hi, my name is Julia. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much for invitation. My name is Julia, and I will report the results of our focus group on data portal. Data portals become an integral part of infectious disease research infrastructure.
Sorry, excuse me, could you mute the room because there's a really bad echo? We can't hear Yulia very well. So could you just meet the meeting room, please?
Is mine or?
Yeah, leave that one there.
Okay, it's better? Okay, thank you very much. My name is Julia. I will present to you the results of our qualitative study on data portals in infectious disease research. Providing data for infectious disease research may be challenging for two reasons. First, data are complex, and second, the previous user experience, it's not overall positive. So we should understand the expectations of Canadian research regarding infections data portal before constructing the portal. Could I please have a next slide? Next slide. We were looking for a framework for assess the user experience with portal, but we did not find any. However, we found a fair framework for data quality. So we used this framework, two focus group of 2 hours each, 20 participants, researchers, policymakers, and we undertook a content analysis from the realist factist perspective. It means that we didn't look for something under something meaning or complex concepts. We just took the set since as it was said. The next slide, please. So after analysis, we found major and minor themes. Major themes was access to data, credibility of sources and data quality, stewardship and curation, collaboration, and technical aspects of data portal. Minor themes, ethical issues, importance of contextual variables, and finally, we arrived to the FAIR framework, interoperability, findability, and reusability of data. Next, please. Regarding the access to data, there were two subtopics. First, the big data portals. They are reliable. They came from reliable data holders. However, time costs may be high, and there was not such a big information for narrow topic like spatial data, genetic data. So, and there was an interest into smaller research team results, more interesting data, but there was an issue, data quality issue and metadata quality issue. So, next, please. Stewardship and curation. Researchers think they should have a possibility to have a conversation with the data holder, and the data holder should provide the information about data sources, metadata, and, for example, propose alternative sources of information needed for research. Data users should have an opportunity to rate quality of the data. And together, data holders and data users may develop some standards of reporting data in academic publications. And the topic of metadata, it returned, and access to metadata, quality of metadata. It was discussed mainly in the context of stewardship and curation. Could I have the next, please? Collaboration was discussed in two perspectives. First, that it is needed to collaboration between modelers and analysts, epidemiologists, and social scientists, for example. The collaborations, it allows to tell stories behind the data, see and deal in uncertainty. And the topic was isolated a little bit, that for some researchers, it was important to integrate their research in the learning machine learning community. And the next. Technical aspects of data portal. The main principles was comprehensiveness, that data consistency, and good data curation. Access to raw data, access to protocols, metadata, and archives. Some voices were in favor of subsection for code, and there was no consensus of necessity of graphical software, filters, and modeling tools. The next, please. In your sense, ethical issues like transparency of data management. And another ethical issue was data smugglers and data dragons, and the authorship of data holders in academic publications. One of them was contextual variables. They may be highly needed for inequality analysis and to better understand the role of social factors in disease incidence. And finally, interoperability, findability, and reusability of the data was a minor themes. And the next, please. The first affair is not enough to construct a useful and usable data portals. If we need to consider the access to data, data reliability, curation and stewardship should be organized, and create the conditions, create a place for collaboration. And metadata is a very important topic. It's like transversal access, quality, updates, and archives, collaboration. The limit of our study, it was Canadian researchers only, There was no stockholders or data holders in the group. So this is our limits. That's all. Thank you very much.
Okay.
If you have some questions, I will be happy to answer.
Can you hear us?
Yeah.
Okay. So I was, we will continue on the presentations and then we will have like a question answer session after the two other presentation. As you saw, there are a lot of conclusion about guidelines around how to present data and how to do modeling and we find this so in the focus group that we need more guidelines about how to build data portals and how to report data and how to report modeling and the results. And I will talk a little bit about the case study that we did on the data portal that it's still ongoing work, and I got some help from HQPs that are in Calgary with Usman and Mia during the summer as well. And it started with Hamza for 1 year, and then we have another one, Farah, and then we have the two HQPs. So we did some work on COVID-19, just like a toy dashboard, so to understand all the technical issues on building this data portal, and to also have an idea about what we need to report in the data portal as like the description of the data, what kind of modeling and everything. So we did some experience with COVID data, and then we moved to MPOX, which was related to the paper that we published last year. So we built some data rep and the projections around MPOX, and now we are doing the Lyme disease after we get all the information from the scoping review. So it looks like this, but now it's more dynamic, and Hyson will show some of the improvement that we did over the summer later. So here we have like kind of basic things. So we have like some tables, and we can get additional information of the data, where it come from, and who are the authors, and so, and if people want to get those data, where they can download it. So and we did here some of the projection that Hyson and Reed worked on that last summer. So we built like some models behind those projections, and we can have like the data, and then we can have the projections per province or by country, and so. And then at the same time, we are working on Lyme disease. So we get this paper accepted, and we have all the description of the available data sources and where they are stored, and so, and also the modeling aspects. And we have also the work that Ada did over the 2 years on Twitter and other web sources data, such as Reddit, which we completed those this research last fall, and we are now doing the meta data, which we just got some approval to get access to those data. So we are also assessing the credibility of all the Meta products such as Facebook and so on. So this is what Elda showed you, but it's also like a kind of a dashboard that we built outside the data portal, and now we will bring it on the data portal, and which shows mainly all the cases that are reported on web by people. So it's self-reported cases that are classified using the algorithm that Elda showed, and then we have like all the alerts that's coming from the web around the cases for Lyme disease, and we can have like all the alerts in by time. We can have it over 3 hours, 1 day, 1 week, or whatever we want, and we build like a kind of early warnings that show the differences between like the cases over last year and this year, and it gives alert when it is something unusual. So it gives something on red that maybe this county or this country or this province have some issue or have like unusual cases. So all this is like built outside the data portal, but now we are merging that in our data portal, and it's done in collaboration with Harvard. So most of those students that were working with Elda were from Harvard. So I have like 4 or 5 cohorts that have been working on this, and now we are completing with the Reddit data, and we are starting Facebook and other Meta very soon. So I will let Hyson talk a little bit about what he accomplished with Reddit around the visualization for the data portal that we started 2 years ago.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, I think it was last, but okay. Hopefully, there's not much of an echo here. All right. My goal was to sort of my task was to sort of go in and do an implementation of this data portal itself, sort of setting up the sort of structure that would be built on top of it. Again, sort of fitting in with the goals before of having something public and accessible. You saw sort of the consultation for sort of itself, things like interoperability, all that. The decision, was to go CCAN basis itself. It's been around a very long time. It's actually got open source code available for it. It's actually used in quite a number of Canadian government agencies already, which is quite handy. It's also very extensible with its ability to have templates. It solved a number of the issues that sort of came up during that consultation. Things like interoperability and all that. It does actually have a very relatively easy to use API for accessing, data within there. And I mean, again, very standards compliant when it comes to that. And, its many years in access has shown it is to be quite reliable. For the actual installation itself, we chose to go with a Docker-based install. This is mainly because Docker has very good process separation and makes it very easy to sort of set up something quickly and create easy customization. Rather than actually use the internal web server that comes with CCAN itself, we use NGINX in front of it as a reverse proxy. This allows us to actually create a little bit of a buffer between it, make it a bit tougher to actually say the underlying software that's there, and makes it better for logging processes as well. Finally, essential to setting up this thing was using Git as well. One big advantage of a Docker-based setup is that a lot of the Git for itself is literally just in 1 or 2 files. So if you control those files, you can actually very quickly set up an entirely or customize it quite quickly. So we use Git to sort of track those changes and store key data within there as well. So if you can switch over to the demo, Bushra, that would be excellent. hopefully it's
So it
quick.
should, yeah. It will be difficult to show the demo, but we will try. Sure if it will work. Do you want to share your screen instead?
I can do that. Yeah, I already got it set up over here. So
Okay. Okay, perfect. So I need maybe to make you co-host.
yeah, and just temporarily.
Oh, okay, you are using my name. I can't. Shivika, can you make game co-host, please? Oh, this one. Okay, okay. Oh, yeah.
I think it would be Shiva who's responsible for that.
I'm so good with it.
Apologies for that. While Bushra is, oh, good, excellent. I've got the ability to do that.
I can't.
Yeah. You should be able to share.
Okay, you should be able to share.
All right, you should be able to see my screen now with the demonstration that we've got. Actually, do a quick refresh.
Yes, okay.
Excellent. All right. This was the tool that I developed last summer to sort of help to merge the data sets that we've got along with visualizations. Essentially, built within CCAN itself is the ability to have different sort of views of data itself. This was called a projection explorer, just to sort of, actually show off various things that are associated with it. You have full control over the various axes that are there. Whereas after all the time sort of axis along there. We've also got the different data sets that it detected and was able to throw within there. And also different categorizations as well too. So you can actually get specific locations for, that you're kind of looking at. Let's see, I can actually switch over to something a little bit more intelligible. Here's the sort of MPOC statistics we're actually sort of looking at, sourced from the health info base itself. And because this is a plotly plot, we can actually go along and, select specific things to enable or disable them. So we can actually very quickly check different things that are there. Let's see. And of course, we've got the ability to sort of control what's on the axes themselves. A lot of this is actually detected on the fly from itself. This is actually client-side JavaScript, and I'll walk you through the sort of setup for how everything is set later on. But, this actually sort of controlled over on, on the fly. Now we do have the ability to show projections as well too. Now if I switch over to cumulative, you can now see that I've actually got a number of different projections popping up over here. If I simply click on one, it will actually present itself, show itself on the screen itself. Get this a little bit across here. Okay, make it a little bit easier for you to see. There we go. Ooh, a little bit too far. There you go. You see we've got projections on there. You remember from the user study that uncertainty was one thing that users really sort of wanted access to. So we made sure to actually have support for error bars and other forms of uncertainty within this graph itself. And you can not only have just one projection on it, you can actually have multiple of those too. You can also see the colors are sort of synced on the side to show that, to link the with the actual data set itself. Now, this is quite cluttered. We also found that if you switch between different things, you sort of reset what's there. So if I focus just on, say, the logistics side, for instance, and then I switch to just switching over here, it actually sort of wiped out everything that was there. Not good. So we actually added the ability to select different categories within here. So I can just focus on Quebec and Ontario, for instance. And now if I go over here and change the projections, they actually stay constant. It's really relatively easy. You just sort of hold control to choose different ones. The usual sort of selections you've got will help control that. As for the data itself, we've got quite a bit there. The other structure is how exactly are you going to layer this within the data set itself? The method I sort of chose with is to actually sort of create multiple sequences underneath the data and resources thing. This is the main one right here. If I were to click on it, you'd sort of see that thing pop up as that thing come back. But these projections themselves have a very structured format, where they actually have a specific title, unfortunately cut off here a little bit, but it shows basically the entire variables that it's for. So it's for a specific choice of X parameter, Y parameter, and category parameter as well too. If you show a different visualization on that, it will not actually sort of show those. Within that, that's also got some information sort of bundled within it to actually make it easier for the JavaScript to come along and capture the proper data itself. And so with that, it actually, what happens behind the scenes, it literally just enumerates all of the projections that are there and displays them on the as a visualization for the user. This is incredibly handy because it means you can actually update things more or less on the fly and just query things and get new visualizations as they come in, which is quite handy. Plus, and sort of hitting with the goals of accessibility and all that, all of these are actually visible for users to comprehend and download. If you actually want to download, say, the logistic projection for that, I can literally just click the download button and pops right out. All right. What else is there? There's also some logic within it too. So if I this one, if I click on, yeah. It'll actually automatically project you to the proper thing. This is not the, it's got some error, some level of redundancy and error checking with it. You can see that this actually isn't showing the specific data set, but the parent data set. The JavaScript is smart enough to actually detect if you accidentally click on one of these things and direct you to the proper spot. So all in all, I think this is a nice sort of powerful platform to build on. And it gives you the sort of settings for having the uncertainty within there are very open and sort of shared and all that. Boucher, do you mind if I show the Git repository where this extension is actually stored?
Maybe very quickly, so we can have a few questions.
Oh, exactly. This is just a brief overview and all that. If you do have any questions about how the system is actually organized, it is all open source and shared within this Git repository itself. So there is actually a nice usage and model setup thing, which actually shows you how to generate the data that it's looking for and present it in a way that is actually accessible for other people to use. So it's fairly well documented, even if there is a little bit of sawdust still visible and all that. That's most of what I've got for that. Obviously, there are some things that we do need to work on in future. One thing, for instance, is the ability to actually add projections to it. The script can theoretically sort of detect new projections as they're added on the fly, but there's no way for somebody actually to say, hey, I've got a new SEER model that I actually want to try and fit to this data. Can I throw it in there? There is, in fact, if you look on here, there's a little button to allow that, but we never actually got far enough with an implementation to get there. Certainly, there is some ongoing work related to that. You'll definitely want to check out that super spreader thing that I've got coming up in about a month or so, which will detail a little bit more onto that. But again, that's something that still is something to be done. Let's see. I think that's the major stuff that I wanted to share with that. So we might as well just move things over to questions here. Stop share. There we go.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So we will open the floor to discussion around what we did on Team 1. So do you have any suggestion, any question about the presentations here or on Zoom? Yes.
I don't know whether you can outside of the room.
Which one you might have to repeat?
Yes, so you will repeat the question.
Okay, just as far as the use of Twitter, more or X or for Lyme disease, was there consideration of the amount of misinformation on Lyme disease, or Lyme disease is?
Oh, the question is about the usefulness of Twitter and the misinformation about Lyme disease on Twitter. So our goal was mainly about potential and non-potential cases. So when people declare themselves that they have, they got Lyme disease or potentially got Lyme disease. So this is what was the research questions. It's like declaration from people that they get diagnosis of Lyme disease. So what we found is that the distribution of the treat in the US was very good. I think because the amount of the data on Twitter is very good in the US comparing to Canada, for example, that we didn't find that many relevant tweets related to Lyme disease, but in the US, there are like a clear signal that you can see, and the Northeast that we have most cases, and so, but it's not the same everywhere. We find also some very unique cases in the global south that were also reported from it, that the people reported, self-reported from it, the kind of projected what we find on Twitter, what is found in other early warning systems, like early warning systems. But for sure, there are a lot of uncertainties about those cases because it's self-reported and it's also sometimes related to not well diagnosis of Lyme disease. Maybe it's other thing, or maybe people don't really have the disease, and so it's mainly for alerting than really the absolute content or like correlation with CDC trends.
I could just offer a complimentary question to Nick's, maybe flipped on the other side. I thought it was quite interesting that you saw a signal, an increased signal of Twitter sort of a month before the period.
Yes.
And I think you pointed out that's also when a lot of the public health messaging becomes targeted. So how do you distinguish between the Twitter signal showing true cases and just being the results of well-targeted public health messaging and the conversations that are being generated by that? And in fact, your graph over time of the cases being stable, and yet the increase in Twitter conversations over that period suggests to me sort of an accumulation of public knowledge and awareness about that. That again, is this good public health messaging targeted geographically and temporally exactly where it should be? And Twitter is just reflecting that? Or are you able to, with the algorithm, distinguish the portion of that signal that's actually attributable to self-declared cases?
Yes.
and so on?
Yes, so we did, first of all, it's about the how to distinguish between cases and any other information related to Lyme disease. So what we did is that we classify manually like a sample of our tweets, and we distinguish between what is text for other things and what is text for self-reported or potential cases. So we did the same thing. We did like the predictions using algorithms, so that can distinguish between potential cases or actual cases or other information that are related to Lyme disease. It can be reporting, it can be articles, it can be even like the city Lyme in the US, because a lot of people tweet about that, but the algorithm is able to distinguish between potential cases and non-potential cases, and it's only potential cases that are closed in, like end of the yeah, we did this classification. Yes. Thank you. Let me know how you manage the ironic words. Some words or some cases that might have more than one meaning. More than 1 meaning.
words that might mean different things.
Oh, okay, but so this is also related online disease and text mining. And the question is about how we can distinguish between like words that have the same meaning and the same type.
Ironic words.
Huh?
Ironic words.
Ironic words. So first of all, words that have the same meaning are included in the text mining algorithm. So you can have like a word that can be replaced with other words. So it's all included in how they are treated in the algorithm. Ironic words, I really don't know what is like this. Like the emojis, the words that might have they're telling something else.
Do you have an example?
Let's see. The words that they're the appearance seems it is going to talk about something, but behind it is something else.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Okay, I got it. So it's like the like a sentence that maybe it's not a direct, they don't have a direct meaning. So it's maybe, I don't know how to classify that, but it's maybe not will not be classified accurately, but it will depend. It all depends on the sample that we classified manually. If we find something like that and we kind of put it as relevant, so the algorithm will mimic our way to do that. But usually we don't find this because when we are doing like text mining about Lyme diseases, maybe we are looking at some very clear sentences. I have Lyme. I went to the hospital because maybe I have a tick or something like that. So it's more direct information that really indirect. It's not. Yeah.
It's creating a data portfolio. It's a huge word. And how do you update it? You know, it might be a little costly to update that data portfolio.
We aren't there yet. So we are still, it's still the ongoing work. So we are just putting case studies and then we have like some data sources that are free and public, like cases and so those data we can have it like we can set an update like every week or every day or even every hour if you want. It depends on if it is a relevant disease right now. There are outbreaks people are talking about, and so this is also what Hyson and Reed did in the summer, how to set updates for the data portal. But we didn't use it yet because it's still ongoing work. We are using it for we used it for Twitter before it shut down because now it's expensive to use Twitter. It's all like you need a lot of money to buy data. But for that we use it a lot for Twitter data. But we didn't use it yet for any other questions?
There's another question in the chat. Is there? I just see the one. This one for the 5.
Nothing on the chat.
Oh, I think so. Here. Oh.
Okay, this is
No, we're good.
yeah. This is like
Are you ready? Are you waiting up there?
no, again.
So we love going to the computer.
Yeah. So do we want to end?
Yes,
Maybe. If you're done with all the questions and answer session, we'll take a 5-minute break, go washrooms and everything. And then we'll have this opening ceremony and photo set.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I tried to.
Yeah, because that's welcome.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Martin. So glad to be here. OMNI is really, to me, is a model. It's a model, it's not about modeling. It's a model of collaboration, a model of the pull all together, break the boundary, and to really challenge and handle the most critical issue facing our society and community. This is really a model. Back to 2 or 3 years ago, when Huiping and all the colleagues at Faculty of Science, York, and from Department of Math, and come up with the idea to compete for this national and supportive network. And when the proposal come forward, we are so excited. We know there's a competition. We know we have to have the best team can win the proposal. But I think we have the full confidence in the capacity of our leading scientists at the Department of Math and Statistics, in the confidence in our students, our all trainees, the confidence in the environment we are teaching in right here at York University, and the confidence, the network, and Huiping's team have built up across the country. And as you know, COVID-19 is really give the best example of how mathematical modeling matters. It matters for not only for the COVID, but also for many less attention paid from. But general public may not really caught attention, but in reality it happens there. And we just talked about West Nile before, and currently we are talking about monkeypox. And there's many things public may not call enough attention. COVID did. And one fact is, during the COVID-19 outbreak, York University is the #1 university in receiving CIHR's COVID emergency response fund, total $1.7 million, among all the universities of medical school. York is #1 at that time, largely due to the contribution of our mathematics and statistics team. You see the non-medical universities such as York made a huge contribution to the public health and Medicare. And let's go back to OMNI. Talk about One Health. Why One Health? We are you. Now, among this triangle, human, animal, the environmental, we all share that One Health concept where you put into kind of insert the rule of mathematics. It's right in the center. That triangle right in the center, you will see how the mathematical modeling help every area of one step. Start from prediction, planning, management, handling, training our next generation of health caregiver, hospital, water distribution, ER management, and including the vaccine distribution alliance. Everywhere is mathematical modeling play the role there. So the right time, right occasion, and we have the right team stand up to face the challenge. So happy, and we have this team here in our faculty in our university. And also feel grateful to all our partnership. Field Institute has been, you are going to celebrate your 100 years establishment this year, and York University, York Science. So proud to be a partner on your way. And we have all cross-country government representing our partner institution representing here, and especially our trainees, our students. Thank you for being here to cheer up for all of us together. And the final part I want to say is this lab. This lab is open, and actually this is the first time ever we tried at Faculty of Science. And we call this lab as Flex Lab #1. We are building up a Flex Lab #2. It's all based on activity-based allocation of space. OMNI bring a significant research funding for the next few years and significant and critical mass for our students. We told this a priority. We need to support it. And here's my personal feeling and a personal commitment. If OMNI continues the training, continues to bring in the funding, continues to bring up the reputation, I hope this lab will be OMNI's lab for a long, long time to go. It's not only for the next 2 or 3 years. But this is the Flex Lab concept. Research activity, not rather than entitlement. And this is my lab. Doesn't matter I have activity or not. It's my lab. It's no. It's supporting research excellence. So I also want to here to congratulate for the opening of the OMNI lab, and hopefully I really wish I have more opportunity in the future to come here celebrate more success. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your speech. In fact, thank you for your support for this. You put some pressure on it. So we will get more. So we will ask more support from the faculty. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Suma Kumudi, the director of Pierce Institute of Mathematical Sciences, to say.
Thanks, Dr. and I'm honored and delighted to be here. I remember in the note that opening sentence when he asked us if he could come, he said, you have a maximum of 15 minutes. Don't worry, I don't plan to speak for 15 minutes because I've been on the receiving side of these kind of talks. So I'll be very brief. Firstly, I want to say I really like what the dean has to say, and I may want to use him for advertisement for mathematics. It's really good to hear the Dean of Science acknowledging that mathematics is sort of at the center of major scientific initiative, major problem or set of problems or body of knowledge that we're developing that is going to lead to the welfare of society. That is exactly the perspective of the agency. Not just for this particular crisis that we find ourselves in, but more generally. The Field Institute, by the way, how many are familiar with the Field Institute? Many as you seem to be, just by a word of introduction, the Field Institute is an independent, not-for-profit corporation, not part of any university. We have 20 universities as members, including, of course, York University. And we work together with our partner universities to develop programs that are mathematical in nature, from fundamental research all the way to applications on the industrial research and commercialization. So we are sort of a focal point for activity in mathematical sciences. And one of our strategic initiatives over the last few years is something that we call MAGIC. MAGIC is an acronym. It stands for Mathematics and Global Impact Security. And inside MAGIC, we have a number of initiatives that highlight the way mathematics is used to address a major challenge that the world is facing. One of those is math for public health. All of our initiatives in collaborating with people to address public health issues using mathematics as part of MAGIC. Inside there, we started recently the Center for Sustainable Development. It's about using mathematics for all questions related to sustainability, climate change, smart communities, There's another branch of magic, which is the language of the brain. The neurons fire to the same. How do you read what the brain is? So it's all about addressing really fundamental problems that are of interest for the world using mathematics as essential. This epidemic or pandemic has certainly taught us and even taught society about the importance of mathematics. But there's one important point that I hope everybody, who is in a position to address this to the public keeps repeating. It's not a complete story. We did what we had to do during the pandemic. Certainly, there were daily, weekly projections that people making policy could use, but we also uncovered a lot of new science. We started down the road of developing a lot of new science, asking new questions, providing new answers, developing new tools. All of that happened during the pandemic, and it's not complete yet. That's an ongoing story. It's not just that there are new diseases emerging and that they require an integrated One Health approach, but even the way we approach these problems has changed a little bit. The role of behavior, modeling has achieved great significance. And if before we thought we had a broad community of interdisciplinarity, mathematicians and epidemiologists and virologists and immunologists and public health people, now we have to include the social scientists, the psychologists. All of those people also have to be part of this picture because behavior is an essential part of this modeling effort. I remember early on in the pandemic, one of the questions that bothered me was why everybody's using these compartment models. And in all of the compartment models, the nature of the model is that the solution decays. It goes up and comes down. But in fact, it's not what happens. It goes up, it comes down, it goes up again, and wobbles for a while. And why did the models not see that? Why did we have to recalibrate each time one way we thought one way we go over and over we started? And the answer is you have to incorporate behavior into that model, and then you will see the oscillation. So that was an insight that came about during the pandemic, and there are many more of those yet to be found. So those who are in a position of making funding decisions, close to the people who make funding decisions, those who are supporting research begins universities. Remember that it's not a finished story, it's an ongoing story, and we have to be ready. We have to have the brain power, the firepower, to support it, to give them the means to continue that research, not only amongst established research, but amongst the trainees, the young people that are coming into it. OMNI has a good record in that regard. Maths for Public Health, which is the network that all the math institutes established, also has a good record in that respect. So these are the efforts that have to be ongoing. It's not by any means a complete story. So I'm glad this lab exists, where you can continue to produce very important research here. Those questions. The last thing I want to say is that the dean alluded to the fact that Field Institute is celebrating its centennial. Actually, we're not 100 years old. We're only 30 years old. We're young enough. But what happened 100 years ago, something very important happened, and it should be of great interest to everyone in Canada. 100 years ago, 1924, the International Congress of Mathematicians, so this is an international meeting that starts once every 4 years. And it goes from place to place. 1920 it was in Strasbourg, France. And then at the end of that meeting, at the end of every Congress, various countries bid to be a host for the next one. The Americans bid to host the 1924 Congress, and they won. And it's New York. As they started making plans for the Congress, the Americans and the Europeans got into a fight. And the fight was about who should be excluded, what countries should not be invited. At that time, then you can understand it was soon after World War I. A lot of strong feelings on both sides. At that time, there was a young professor at the University of Toronto. His name was Fields. And Fields tried to intervene between the two groups. In the end, he couldn't get them to agree, but he won the trust of everybody. And they said, you know what, maybe we should move the Congress to a neutral site. And so that's how Congress was held in Toronto. It got moved to Toronto. We're celebrating the centenary of that conference for 2024. And why I say it's so relevant and important for all of us here in the academic world is because Fields enunciated two principles which are so relevant today, 100 years later, as they were in 1924. One is that while there are geopolitical differences, scientists and academics, mathematicians in particular, should be able to come together and continue to talk to each other. That should never be interrupted. The second thing is that we have to have faith in our young people. The problems of ours have to be solved. It's probably computers can give some insight, but they're going to probably be ultimately solved by those who are young, who are still young, who are coming up. And so that led to the creation of what we today call the Fields Medal. The Fields Medal is the biggest recognition for mathematical achievement, but it has to be, I mean, it's an unwritten rule, it's actually not a formal rule. An unwritten rule that it has to be awarded to a person under the age of 40. So in that way, it's very different from the Nobel Prize, but I think those two principles that Fields stated are just so important today. And we need to remember those. We need to hear those repeated in the academic world, in the government, in the public. That these are two principles that happened, were enunciated in Canada 100 years ago. They're very important going forward and for the health of our intellectual activity, our scholarship, and Canada's contribution to the world and the world itself. So on that note, I want to invite all of you to participate. There's going to be a lot of special events at the Fields Institute, many kinds of special conferences, targeted at different audiences. So it's going to be a celebration of movies with a mathematical piece. There's going to be a Fields Medal Symposium in August. A lot of very distinguished people will come for that. So please do keep tuned into what's happening at Fields and participate in as many of those activities. Once again, thank you for having me here. Best of luck.
In fact, I could have started with the most important case, Dr. Lee Kaufman, because I think, just due to the emerging infectious diseases, the mosquitoes and West Nile virus, about 20 years ago, I started to, in fact, we, the CDM group, started to work with public health agencies in Canada. Ken Hong leaders, we established this Center for Disease Modeling. Since then, this guy has been supporting us from public health agency for such a long time. So we really appreciate it. Now it's your turn.
Now I'm really sure. Yeah, thanks. Honored to be asked, and yeah, we've had a long working relationship on this, and it's a working relationship that's developed into friendship, as I think has happened with a much wider group of people during the pandemic. Clearly, One Health has been essential to my being, working in public health, and having kind of learned at least some techniques of modeling, applying modeling to understanding emerging infectious diseases, particularly in the context of climate change and adaptation to climate change, which is where I'm starting to work together. That was a few years ago. So I'm really delighted that York University is now continuing and quite substantially continuing to support the work that's going on here, and which is also really important for us to, for many of the reasons that Kumar has mentioned and Medina has mentioned. The work that we need is kind of applied research, applied to public health, but we need to be able to work side by side with the university departments in order to actually to peer review the work that we're doing, to be able to do more than we could do on our own, and also to innovate, and particularly the innovation in methodologies and approaches and so on, and also the young people in this room are the next generation of mathematical modelers and One Health practitioners who are going to be working in Public Health Agency of Canada. I hope to see it as a pretty cool place to work. And we have had an ongoing relationship, an ongoing sort of working together in the same space at the University of Montreal, at least in a virtual way. We're wanting to do that in other places, and that is a work in progress, particularly with some advice new managers, including the chief science officer. As I said, well, our starting off point was One Health, was modelling in the context of One Health, recognising that mathematical modelling, as Dick just mentioned, is central to bringing things together, to bringing all that information together, which can't really be done easily in any other way. The pandemic obviously was a great thing. That's the worst of times, but the best of times. Best of times in terms of actually just seeing how people stepped up. The modelling community just stepped up amazingly. Fields Institute, hats off to you, in February 2020, bringing together a meeting. I stood up and said, look, I need, as the guy who's unfortunately given the job to lead that public health agency modelling, I need an external modelling team to do just the things that you mentioned. And everybody said, anybody wants to join, and like the whole room's handled like that, which is fabulous. And people, no kind of no filter yet. We're gonna help these guys to the York modelling team. So it was such a great thing to see happen. Of course, we also had that external modelling group, which did just what we hoped it would do. It would allow us to do the work that we could not do, peer review what we did. I think we ended up having kind of, I looked at the number of papers I got with his name on it, and led by him with my name somewhere in the middle, I should say. I think it's like 17 or 18 papers. Then we, during COVID, there was the NSERC and Public Health Agency networks developed. And I'm delighted to see that OMNI-RÉUNIS develop as having a real deliberate focus on One Health. COVID and Mpox, which followed, and there was one of the fun side was really they're poster child for One Health. The need of it, not just because they're coming from wild animals and coming to get people, but also because of the possibility that it's still back into wildlife, and it certainly did for COVID, it's still back into wildlife. It was a very distinct possibility that monkeypox or Mpox would spill back into wildlife too. It was not good management, but it didn't, or didn't have a massive impact on the future of the pandemic, as we know. But going forward, I'm really delighted. I congratulate the university on their support for the work that Ivan and team and everybody here is doing. I thank you for your excellent collaboration. And I look forward to collaborating kind of long term. This is the start of the future. I'll stop that. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Next, I'd like to invite our Vice President of Research, Dr. Lamia Sip, to say a few words. In fact, we have been long supported by the universities, especially the Vice President of Research and Innovation.
Yes, thank you so much. So thank you so much for the introduction, and thank you all for waiting for me. Actually, I arrived at 8:30 this morning, only to realize that it's later the day. But I'm glad that I could really make it. So good afternoon. I made some notes for myself. So good afternoon, guests, colleagues, and friends. So it's really an honor for me to stand here today at the opening ceremony of our new CDM OMNI-RÉUNIS lab. Is that the right pronunciation? I'm always concerned when we have French words in there. So this kind of provides, this lab provides a platform for the disease modeling researchers at York University to further enhance their collaboration. And before I go into the significance of the lab, and obviously disease modeling is one of the research area of strength at York University, I would like to express my appreciation, my profound appreciation to the one and the only Dean of Faculty of Science, Louis Wong, for his support. Well, as you know, that we have a kind of distributed leadership model here at York University, and in any research initiative, as well as in any academic initiative, it's really important for the dean and the senior administration to be together on one page. So thank you, Marie, so much for your dedication. I would also like to thank the NSERC, the Natural Science and Engineering Research Council, as well as Public Health Agency of Canada, for, and likewise the Fields Institute, who has been a strong supporter of research in this particular area, and Faculty of Science for the support in making this possible. Now, in terms of infectious disease modeling, as we know, it is an ever-evolving area. We all saw what happened about 2 decades back in terms of another infectious pandemic, and maybe what happened with COVID. And I think this particular research cluster really helped York University in and the promise, as well as internationally, in developing a simulation model for the spread of the disease, and perhaps more importantly, a plan for the future. So with the hope that if heaven forbid this incident happens again, or such a pandemic happens again, the governments are much more well organized in dealing with such a very strong. Now, going into the history of the York Center for Disease Modeling, I think it was established in 2010, and it has been dedicated to building interdisciplinary research capacity in disease modeling, employing cutting-edge mathematical and statistical techniques. Today, as we open the doors to a new lab, we reaffirm our commitment to this mission and embrace the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead. So as I previously mentioned, the significance of disease modeling cannot be overstated, especially in light of recent global events. The COVID-19 pandemic has highlighted the critical importance of strong modeling frameworks in informing public health policies and interventions. Through our collective efforts at OMNI-RÉUNIS and CDM, we endeavor to enhance our modeling capacity, foster interdisciplinary collaborations, and empower decision makers with rigorous science-informed insights. As we embark on this new chapter, guided by a vision of science-informed policy decision-making, I'm really optimistic for the future. Together, we have the power to create a world where we are better prepared to face new infectious diseases, where knowledge knows no limits, and where everyone's health and safety are protected. So in closing, I would like to thank all the researchers who are in this room and who couldn't join us today for taking this mission forward and ensuring that York continues to hold excellence in this research area. I always say, and this is true, and I believe from the bottom of my heart, that all the resources that are available at the university, they are for your benefit. So the resources we have within the Office of Vice President of Research and Innovation, they are for your research, for the researchers. We have limited resources, but whatever we have, they are yours. So, if there's any way we can further help you in strengthening your research, please let us know. You know, obviously, you know, there are certain issues, space, for example, I'm working with the team in terms of resolving some space, research space issues. So space is always a premium at in universities. But again, you know, we try our best. And the worst thing that you can hear from me is a no, that my office cannot help, but at least you ask and we will then answer that. So let me again seize this moment as a catalyst for greater collaboration, innovation, and impact. Together we can and will make a difference to enhance Canada's early detection, warning, and response to emerging infectious disease using a One Health approach. Thank you again for inviting me here, and I wish you the very best.
Okay. Here we have, so this lab, we have 3 co-directors leading the colleagues across the country of 23 universities, also more than 30 collaborators, national provincial organizations. So we have Dr. Mark Lewis, who is the co-director of this OMNI-RÉUNIS lab. So please, good work.
Okay, this really will be short. I'm gonna, there's not a lot left to say after these great thoughts. I see 3 things of great value from OMNI-RÉUNIS, and I'm speaking as someone who is not part of the York or the Ontario science system, but I'm what I see is the 3 things are bringing together the One Health perspective of emerging disease. I think this is what this excels at, and it's so important. The second is creation of capacity through training, and this has been an absolute foundation. And the third is bringing community together. And so we were faced with this massive challenge with COVID. And as part of this emerging infectious disease initiative, OMNI-RÉUNIS reached out all across the country, coast to coast to coast, and it brings this community together. And I think that before the creation, we had this stellar modeling community in Canada in infectious diseases, which was rather unusual. And what I feel is that this process has sort of brought it together in new ways, coordinating not only within OMNI-RÉUNIS, but with the other 3 emerging infectious disease institutes. And so what I think the big challenge now is to map for the future. Okay, so this kind of got us started, but we need to think about where we're going to be in 5 years to 10 years, and how are we going to build on this momentum. And so for me, this is what's left to do. So thank you.
The success of the OMNI, especially the Center for Disease Modeling, is really supported by our proud colleagues. We have many only on travel, cannot come to join us. So here we have 1 representative. I also want to mention this Center for Disease Modeling, also the network has been supported by international organizations. So luckily we have the president of Society of Mathematical Biology, Dr. Jay Buckland. Please.
So I'll put my hat on for president of the Society for Mathematical Biology. For those of you who don't know about the society, we're a national network of members from almost every country in the world. We have about 5,000 members. And this summer, our annual meeting will be held in Seoul, Korea. So people are interested in joining the membership and going to the meetings. And we also just last year celebrated our 50th anniversary. And it's almost 100 years since Kermack and McKendrick published their first SIR model paper. So disease modeling is on the way up. I'm going to talk about MathBio. I've been very lucky to be
involved in lots of great networks and research networks at York, and in Canada and globally. This year I helped open a lab in Hungary and a new math microbiology network in Nepal. So there are lots of great things going on internationally, and I'm really looking forward to having OMNI-RÉUNIS also provide, within this space, some space for international visitors to come to York and talk about disease modeling and mathematical biology in One Health. So really happy to see the support that MathBio is getting here at York, and I'm very happy to be at York to receive some of that support. But from the Society of MathBio, congratulations everyone, and looking forward to seeing mathematical biology and disease modeling push forward in the future.
Running out, so the last session is photo taking. So I'd like to invite the speakers to come over, and then we take two set of photos. One is this coming to join us, small group and large group. And would you want? So yeah. I will be putting up.
Are we balanced? Should we remove this? It's a summer, okay.
There we go.
That's good.
The balance. But we need to come in a little bit more.
Okay, well, the little phones here.
Yeah. Great. Thank you.
So can we take a maybe how we can manage to take a large group photo?
Oh, we've got
Maybe we send
camera up there.
I wonder if it will all be there.
Okay.
Let me just
Take it up soon, maybe. Okay, maybe you just stand along and then, we can sit. We can in like this. Let's sit on the chair. The back, this chair, you can stand up. Yeah, okay, let's just do this. Yeah, can you get the chairs? This is good.
All right, can everyone see the camera? Yeah, okay. Ready? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Let me try one more time. 1, 2. Okay.
We have prepared lunch at the Learning Center, so let's just go together to the.
We're going to so we're going to start with theme 2 and provide you just a quick update. I'm just going to use provide you with just a quick update, and then we're going to jump into the presentations. So that some of the HQP who've been involved in this work can talk about the work that they've been doing. Do you have control of that? Maybe this does not work.
There was another one. There was a different one that Judith had earlier.
because the keyboard, like I can't, oh, can you control, okay, Patrick's got it, okay, Patrick, all right, perfect. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna just have a quick overview of the accomplishments of theme 2, and then we're going to hear from Jane, who's going to present on behalf of some of the HQP who've been involved in the antimicrobial resistance work. And then Emily and Norma, who are going to talk about their work, and it kind of is connected together. And then we're going to have a presentation from York, from Yitan, about work on MPOX, and then we'll have a little bit of time for discussion perhaps, and we're going to try to go quickly so as to stay kind of on schedule despite our delayed start. All right, so theme 2 had kind of Theme 2 had 4 major, I was going to say themes, but then that makes it more confusing, kind of pillars or projects within theme 2, which really were focused on risk of emergence and spillover. And so we had ecological drivers of spillover, and that was being led by Patrick and Javier, livestock-human interface, geographic spread and vector-borne diseases, and then antimicrobial resistance in livestock. And so we had kind of these 4 different projects, all of which kind of were led and co-led by the individuals involved in our team. So in general, I think that it is safe to say that we have done a good job of training HQP. We've trained 16 HQP under this theme. And I also think it's important to recognize that many of them have already gone on, they've completed their projects, they've gone on to careers in public health using the skills that they gained during their work with us in OMNI, so that's amazing. Lots of conference presentations, papers, and additionally many papers that are just getting ready to be submitted. So we have a lot of work to be proud of. In terms of those 4 projects specifically, ecological drivers of spillover resulted in the development of a new agent-based modeling toolkit in Python, which is really exciting. You're going to hear a little bit about that later today. And an application of models to raccoon rabies and also disease spillover. You're going to hear a little bit more about that also later in our presentation. And it also led to a partnership with the Ontario Ministry of Natural Resources in order to use this new agent-based modeling toolkit in Python to then apply it to rabies modeling at a provincial level. And that's a big deal because the Ontario Ministry of Natural Resources had this old rabies model that had been used historically. And so this is kind of a way to contribute to be able to provide some support around rabies control interventions around outbreaks in Southern Ontario. At the livestock human interface, I think that one of the biggest accomplishments, I think there have been a few accomplishments, some of which are not actually related to modeling. So the first being that we managed to finalize a data sharing agreement with the Canadian Food Inspection Agency around high-path avian influenza H5N1. For people who are not involved in negotiating data sharing agreements, this maybe seems like a small point. It's a very, very big point. And OMNI had a lot, being able to talk about OMNI and being able to think about how that data could help to be used for modeling was a really big part of finalizing that agreement. And also related to high-path H5N1 in Canadian wild birds. So we have a lot of data that we've been able to bring on board as a result of the project. So we've also done, related to H5N1, work with collaborators in Bangladesh with Aisha Berry, who is an HQP on this project, looking at the seasonality and co-seasonality of human and avian influenza in Bangladesh, the development of a novel spillover model in live bird markets in DCC in Bangladesh, the evaluation of weather conditions on the occurrence of H5N1 in Canadian commercial poultry, and some evaluation of clusters of avian influenza in BC. And so we have a lot of this work that really started as a result of OMNI and will continue into the future, which is really great. Katie Clow and her HQP were not able to be here today, but they've been working on geographic spread and vector-borne diseases.
including some really exciting stuff related to the detection of a new dermacentor species in Western Canada, which provides evidence of northward range expansion, and also the validation of molecular methods for species differentiation, which is a really important step in this work. Her group has also been working on ecological niche models to look at current and future areas of habitat suitability for two tick species of public health significance, but also importantly for animal health significance. As well, developing strong new collaborations. Again, I feel like this is a theme that comes up across a lot of ours, is that a lot of the important things that we are tracking as deliverables are related to the ability of OMNI to allow us to build new partnerships. So Katie's been able to develop some strong collaborations with tick researchers in Canada and the US related to her work. And also the development of a new Canadian importation model for vector-borne diseases that are not currently endemic in Canada. And so that was in collaboration with Vicki Ng, Public Health Agency of Canada, and an HPP PhD student from the University of Warwick, who Vicki and I have been working with. And then lastly, which you're also going to hear a little bit about when Jane comes up, is related to antimicrobial resistance in livestock. And so the AMR group has access to FACT whole genome sequencing, which is a really great set of data to be able to work with, using available surveillance data for additional analyses, and being able to combine that whole genome sequencing with other sorts of AMR data and being able to use models to synthesize those different data streams is kind of a novel way to move this work forward. And Jane's going to talk a little bit about something called fuzzy modeling, which Jane is very excited to talk about. And it's actually very cool, but Jane and I have learned about fuzzy modeling as we've gone along from Dr. Melanie Cousins, who is now at the Public Health Agency of Canada. And also there's been some work done by Javier and one of his colleagues on Campylobacter AMR genes in the environment related to dairy farms. So we really have a broad range of projects, lots of HQP, lots of really interesting work, not just research work, but also having the ability to build data sharing networks outside of OMNI, but certainly having OMNI and the funding available through the NSERC PITM has helped us to do some of that. So I'm going to turn it over to Jane, who's going to talk a little bit about, oh, there we go, seamless transition. Right on to Jane, who's going to tell you a little bit about the AMR work. And it would be much more appropriate if PhD working on these various projects were here, but as Amy mentioned, most of them have gone on to other careers. So Melanie Cousins is now with the Public Health Agency of Canada, and Shifty Pear, who is a postdoc at the University of Guelph, has moved on to the CFIA. And similarly, I would argue that I think probably one of our biggest successes was getting shared access to whole genome sequence data directly through the IRIDA platform at the Public Health Agency of Canada. It only took us about 18 months to do it. And so that work is sort of in progress and should continue to work 3 hours a week with the Public Health Agency of Canada to be able to continue accessing those data and to finish some of the papers that he started to work on. So that's a great ongoing success story. And did we just push the arrow? Yeah, you can try the clicker again to see if that has been activated. This one, but I don't think it's the right clicker. Just try it. Let's try it. There was a different thing. Anyway, this is fine. So I'm going to talk just very briefly about some of the work that Shiv was doing while we waited for his access to the whole genome sequence data for the most part. And it's going back to some of sort of really basic epi kind of concepts. Where do we collect samples from? How many isolates do we recover from those samples? And what influence does that have on our interpretation of results? So just as a background, and I'm not going to spend a lot of time on AMR, We have some really amazing antimicrobial resistance surveillance programs in Canada that are quite integrated, combining data from livestock species, from foods of animal origin, some environmental sampling, and some human isolates as well. But much of that those surveillance programs are very much based on the isolate level. Is this isolate a salmonella resistant drug A, B, or C? And more we're becoming interested in looking at those associations between antimicrobial use practices on farm and resistance in the isolates. But unfortunately, our use data is usually gathered at the herd level or the farm level. So you have these big sort of surrogate measures, drug use, yes, no, how much drug use on this farm, and then this isolate-based resistance information. And our surveillance programs have changed over time in terms of the number of isolates we recover, the number of samples we take from various places, usually with some sort of economic consideration in terms of how much money do we have, how many samples can we collect, and how much resistance or how many different drugs can we evaluate for resistance. And so the objectives of what Shiv was working at was really to identify if there was a sort of an optimal sampling scheme for looking at some of our different surveillance questions, especially these questions about resistance and use and the association between them. And this is how we define sort of isolate and herd level probability. So isolate level probability is just that the probability that a single isolate is resistant to a particular antimicrobial. And a herd level probability that at least one isolate from a herd, so a group of pigs, a group of chickens, a group of cows, is resistant to a particular antimicrobial. And we use data from CPARS, the Canadian Integrated Program for Antimicrobial Resistance Surveillance, that is coordinated by the Public Health Agency of Canada, but with a lot of provincial and other federal partners. Shiv was able to access data for about 5 years, 6 years, I guess, where we had multiple isolates taken from single samples. So that was an important question. In 2014, CPARS stopped isolating multiple isolates because of money considerations. So we had 7,800 E. coli isolates from 478 pig pens or pig herds. 18 isolates were collected from 6 pens at each herd, 3 isolates per pen. So there's pooled samples, you go in, you pick up a whole bunch of feces from pigs, you put those feces samples together, and you isolate 3 E. coli from there, and then you do that 6 times at each herd. And we tested for resistance to 11 individual antimicrobials. And so Shiv developed sort of these sampling schemes. So what if we just looked at 1 isolate? What if we looked at 2? What if we looked at 6? What if we looked at all 18? And he ran that through a generalized estimating equation process and repeated it 1,000 times. And so basically, I'm just going to show you 2 sort of patterns. So this is the isolate level resistance for tetracycline in E. coli. And you see there's not much of a difference. Whether you took 1 isolate or 18 isolates, the probability that an individual isolate was resistant to tetracycline was about the same. Your estimates became more precise, but the general ballpark was about the same. And tetracycline, I will say, is a drug that a lot of E. coli isolates are resistant to. But when we increased the number of isolates that were recovered, then it changed the probability that we would call a herd resistant to tetracycline. Not the individual isolate, but the herd. And similarly, for resistance to ceftriaxone, which is a much more important antimicrobial, is commonly used in human medicine, and we tend to see lower levels of resistance. So again, at the isolate level, not a whole lot of difference. But as we increase the number of isolates that were recovered, then we increase the probability of calling that herd resistant. And so when Shiv did this over all of the antimicrobials and all of the different sampling schemes, that we really, the answer to the question about how many isolates should we take from a herd really depends on what the question is and what resistance you want to look at and what relationships you want to explore. But in general, in the Canadian pig herds, roughly about 10 or 12 isolates per herd is enough to get a decent herd estimate of resistance. But that does need to be balanced with the cost of gathering all of those samples. And Shiv is in the process of writing this workout. But it is, because we're trying to do more, so CPARS not only gathers resistance data, they gather use data, and we're trying to do more and more sort of measures of association, combining those data together. And this work sort of emphasizes that we've reduced the number of isolates, but at what cost in terms of estimating the resistance in the herd, and how is that influencing the measures of association we're generating between use on farm and resistance on farm. And I think especially if we're thinking about some of the rare types of resistance, that's probably some really important considerations there. And some of the other work that Shiv is continuing to work on, as he now has direct access to the whole genome sequence data, so there'll be more coming in the space in the coming months. And then Melanie's work. So Amy and I were both on Melanie's committee, and I'm going to do my best to describe her work. And if you have questions, I will do my best to convey them to Melanie. It's probably the safest bet. But this is a project that carried on from another project we had, Shannon Madlowitz and I, with collaborators in Europe, called the AMR Resilience Project. And that was funded by JPI AMR, probably starting about 5 or 6 years ago. And we really were wanting to explore AMR as a complex system, as an emergent property of a complex system. And so we won't talk about too much about AMR again, but just to emphasize that a lot of our work and surveillance of resistance has been in these sort of siloed single sectors. We look at resistance in humans, we look at resistance in farm animals, we look at resistance in the environment, but we haven't really looked or modeled the whole system overall. And that's what we were trying to do with this AMR Resilience Project. And so we hosted a series of workshops. We did the first series in Canada years ago. And then we spent a few days in Stockholm in 2019 and did a series of group model building exercises. And basically we brought experts and non-experts together to tell us about AMR and what some of the drivers of antimicrobial resistance were. And we proposed a sort of a big sort of messy causal diagram, and then they added to it. So this is, we had sheets that were not marked up, and then they marked them up. And this is the model or the causal loop diagram of the AMR emerging from the food system in Sweden. And don't worry, that is just a mess. And so Melanie wanted to try to sort of model that complex web of connections. That's everything from education to industry to trade to drug use to infection prevention and control practices. And so she did a scoping review looking at different modeling approaches for AMR. She analyzed the transcripts from those workshops that we hosted in Sweden, and she tried to bring them together. So it must be on the timer. So the scoping review, and I won't go into a whole lot of detail, but she spent a lot of time pulling out different mathematical models, statistical models, looking at AMR. And she identified in her scoping review 140 models. Most of them were sort of individual or disparate and quantitative in nature. Most of the models she identified were compartmental, deterministic, and human focused. And she did find a little bit more depth in terms of the modeling for some of these non-AMR specific organisms. And she tried to connect the results of her scoping review to different nodes in our big spaghetti diagram. And she tried to sort of code them in terms of the amount of data and types of information. And so you can just see, sort of get an appreciation for the where there was information available, models available, and where there was not. But the scoping review left a lot of gaps. And so we were thinking about how can we start filling these without doing a whole lot of new research projects. And so Melanie went back to the transcripts that we had in our original Swedish workshops, and there was a wealth of information there. People would talk about, when we did this, resistance went up. When we did this, resistance went down. And she worked and went through all those transcripts to try and quantify them and categorize them. Was this a low risk, high risk, low, high, medium risk, or what have you? And so she assigned sort of categorical levels to the nodes, so high versus low, as I mentioned, and the strength and direction of those relationships too. And she again tried to put that onto our causal loop diagram. And again, you can see that in the transcript, there were maybe different places that were covered from the scoping review, but still we had a lot of holes in our knowledge base and available data. So then Melanie had this brilliant idea of trying to build a fuzzy cognitive map. And it's really sort of a semi-quantitative approach that combined the data she pulled from the scoping reviews and the data she pulled from the transcripts. So here. And that's what the fuzzy cognitive map looked like. There are 90 components there, 491 relationships. And in my mind, it really emphasizes the complexity of AMR, but it doesn't really help me understand what's going to happen if I poke the system here, what's going to happen over there, what's going to be the result or the impact on the systems. And so she did some further modeling. And I'm not going to go through a whole lot of detail here, but I do want to emphasize a couple of things that I'm going to read from Melanie's notes so I don't screw it up. And I just want to draw your attention to this one here on the bottom left. So we were somewhat surprised by this result, that all the resistance components jumped to a very high level of equilibrium. And it was particularly unexpected because we were doing this with Swedish data, and Sweden actually has really low levels of resistance. But that might have been part of the problem, and that we were likely missing a whole lot of balancing factors from the system. I don't know where that is. I have no idea. Not me, I thought maybe it was
It's like Melanie's talking to us. So
the relationships that the increase may be too strong, or those that decrease them are too weak. And it may also be a factor of how the causal loop diagram was developed in the first place, but there's something not quite working right with our causal, or our fuzzy cognitive map and our causal loop diagram. And because of those holes, we still played around with some interventions, but I think we really need to interpret sort of the impact of different interventions that we tried in the system cautiously, because the model is obviously not sort of doing quite what we think it should do. And I think it really has to do that AMR is just so messy, and that we don't have all of the factors there, we don't have all of the connections there. And so the system, we're not adequately modeling that system. None of the interventions that we tried in Melanie's work adequately decreased resistance, unfortunately. And so the model requires some further refinement that we're continuing to work on. And I think that's it, and I know that was super fast, but I was trying to be very speedy. But I hope it does emphasize that there's still some really basic questions that we have to answer in AMR, and some other ones that this is a product that's emerging from a really huge mess of connections, and actions we take in one place likely have positive and negative unintended consequences through levels. And with that, I will end it and pass it over to the next person.
So next up is Emily. Yeah, so Patrick's going to get, sorry, so Emily is online, and so we're going to switch over there. Does anybody have questions for Jay?
I'll do my best to answer.
Yeah, that was really interesting. So thank you. It occurred to me that that there's a related correlation to the cognitive map, which is used when you trade things like that called a Bayesian belief.
Yeah.
That like if us whether you find data.
Yeah.
It has the same overall structure that we use as machine learning. So connect.
And maybe that could be a next step to try and, because really what we had this big spaghetti diagram, we want to think about like, and then what at the workshop, everyone was like, well, what happens if we do this? Like, how does that percolate through and those influences? And that's what Melanie thought we could try to do with this approach. Quantitative data. Yeah.
Can you just repeat the question, because it's very hard to hear?
Sorry, and then Mark was just asking about Bayesian beliefs networks, and whether that would be an appropriate way of building onto the fuzzy cognitive mapping system. Sorry, I forgot about that. Yeah, and I think it absolutely would be, and I think we need to take advantage of some of the machine learning opportunities that we can't in our brains just compute all of those connections and what they might do. Yeah. but I think that's a good idea. Anyone else? Are there any questions online while we get the next presentation up? And I guess the other thing, maybe just tying it back to what Pushpa was presenting in theme one earlier, is that so Melanie did her scoping review. And then Kamal, who was another postdoctoral fellow as part of OMNI, was working to update that search strategy to find new models, new data about antimicrobial resistance to update that system as well, and to add that information to the data portal too. So there were some connections between theme one and theme two. And it looks like we're ready to go on the raccoon.
Go ahead, Emily, we're listening. I'm gonna mute the room though.
Hopefully you can hear me okay. Is that all right? Yep. Okay, cool. Thanks, Aileen. So thanks everyone for coming to this presentation today. So I'll be talking to you today about my results with Patrick Layton's team in collaboration with the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry, looking at raccoon rabies in Southern Ontario. This might be a recap for some of you, for others it might be the first time we're talking about it, but it was really, really fun research, and so I'm glad to go over it. And so just to give a brief overview of raccoon rabies in Southern Ontario. So it was first detected in the province in December of 2015. That doesn't mean necessarily that that's actually when the first raccoon arrived, but they certainly started detecting it from there. And the map that I'm showing you right now is a product from the ministry as of January 31st of 2024. And this is showing you the number of tests that they've done on animals. The green icons, or smallest icons are negatives. And then we have positive animals where those cases are over 2 years old. Those are in gray. And then the purple ones, and I don't know if you could see my mouse, but some of them are kind of hidden under here. But in the Niagara region around the Hamilton area where the first case was detected, it's still holding on there. And we're not entirely sure why that is. But there were a lot of questions from the ministry about how the control measures are actually working. You know, are they targeting the right areas? Where should it, you know, where might the disease go in the future? And maybe lead to some ideas as to why it's holding on at all in the first place. So Tor Buchanan and Larissa Nytuk actually came up to us and contacted Patrick's lab and said, could you all address these space-time questions? So we're interested in looking at geo-referenced control interventions that have been used in the province since 2015 and looking at if we continued these controls until 2025, what might happen? What would happen if we continue these controls and then stop them in 2020? So if the government came and said, we just don't have enough money, we're going to stop it in 2020, what might happen? And then scenario 3, which would be, what if we just didn't use controls at all? What would that look like? And so these are very important and also very commonly asked space-time questions. And we needed a space-time methodology to address them. And so I think somebody at the start of this had mentioned, I couldn't really see who it was, but somebody had mentioned the Ontario rabies model. And that's a model that works. It's been used for a very, very long time. I think before I was born is when it started being used. But it got a bit clunky and it got a bit old. And it was developed in a time when it was useful, but for computers that are not as powerful as they are now. And so Patrick's team, specifically Dr. Francois Vière, came in and he adapted the Ontario rabies model. And of course, he's hit the ground running and now he's off doing a bunch of other things with SAMPI. But this is where SAMPI was born, which is a stochastic agent-based modeling with Python. And so what we did was we took a lot of the inputs and a lot of the biology that we already know about raccoons that was used in the Ontario rabies model, and then we added to it. We were actually able, instead of taking a week to run one simulation, which was the case with ORM, these simulations, each one could be run in less than 15 minutes. And so if you combine that, you know, and the speed and the power of that, along with the fact that this is spatially explicit, we've got agents, you know, potentially thousands of agents interacting with each other across the landscape. It's really a lot of fun. And when you combine that with things like Compute Canada and other types of supercomputers, you know, you can split this and you can run thousands of simulations within a couple of days, which really just wasn't possible before. And so this is why, you know, SAMPI is a brilliant library, which is open source in Python. It's great. I've worked with it, and Norma's going to talk about that shortly with her 2-species model. But this is just the precursor when we were working just with raccoons. So I took this modeling method, and one of the things that you put into SAMPI is a synthetic landscape. And so this is kind of like the video game. You've got your landscape that you've created, and then you're going to have your agents running around in there. So in this case, our study region of interest was Southern Ontario. We put in infected agents around the area where we think the first cases were likely to be. So usually we focus around the area where the first case was detected. And then we put in a bunch of biological parameters. So we know how many babies on average each raccoon is going to have. We know roughly how far they're going to travel and when they disperse and where they're going to disperse to. And we've got all kinds of information about this. We also have information about raccoon rabies, so about the disease itself and how that agent is going to be. When I say agent, in this case, I'm talking about disease agent, but that we have all of that information already known. There are a lot of things that we don't know. And so these were things that we had to test. On the map here, we knew roughly what carrying capacities would look like across Southern Ontario for raccoons. So areas that are in a darker purplish color, those are areas that are more suitable for raccoons. As a result, you would be more likely to find raccoon rabies in those same areas. Areas in the north, like where it's really, really a light color, that's Algonquin Park, and areas like that with boreal forest, raccoons don't tend to love those areas. And so as a result, those areas don't seem to see as much of the raccoon rabies itself. So when I go back to these uncertainties, so we know a lot about raccoon biology. We don't know a lot about, for instance, the vaccine levels that we could expect from the control interventions that were used by the ministry. So when I say vaccine level, what I mean is when you go out and you apply TDR, so you trap the raccoons and you vaccinate them, that's going to have a higher vaccine level. Percentage of seropositive raccoons would be higher in interventions like that, because you're actually trapping the animal and you're shooting it up with the vaccine and you're pretty sure that it's going to be seropositive. But other types of vaccine strategies, like driving around and throwing oral baits out the window, that's still potentially good, but it's not going to be as effective as using something like TDR. And so in the computer, when we apply those control interventions, we know where they were applied, but we don't really know what percentage to vaccinate the raccoons in the computer. We don't know what to tell it. So we know TDR is going to be higher than others, but what actual number do we use? And so some of these vaccine levels have been proposed to us by the ministry, and they were giving us really weird outputs. And this is not the ministry's fault. This is what they found based on thresholds that they use when they test the animals. But you know, what you see in reality versus how you model it in a computer can be different. Or it could also be that the threshold is too conservative. And so this was part of thousands of sensitivity tests that we had to run. Because there are things that we were not sure of. We don't quite know what the vaccine levels are. We don't really know when the outbreak started. We know when the first case was detected, but we don't actually know when it started. It could have been weeks, months before, and it could have been just festering for a while, and then it showed up, and then somebody actually called it in. So these were different types of sensitivity analyses that we ran. And thankfully, because SAMPI works pretty quickly, we were able to run thousands of these sensitivity tests. Even testing transmission rate, even testing, you know, all kinds of things to make sure that we were predicting reality as best as we could. Okay, you can see my slide, that's it. So we did run different combinations of vaccine levels. So whatever the government gave us, we actually multiplied it. We thought, you know what, I think they're being way too conservative and really underestimating how many raccoons are actually seropositive. And so I went anywhere from multiplying those rates by just 1, so just using the rates they gave us, which we were pretty sure were too low, all the way up to multiplying them by 3. The only thing that we kept basically consistent was TBR. And so that has a pretty high seropositivity rate, and we were pretty comfortable with those numbers. But oral baits, I think they underestimated, and so on. I'm kind of ruining the ending, but I'm getting ahead of myself. And then we played around with the start weeks. The model kind of liked 40 through 48, and so it was thinking around there was probably as close as you can get to reality. And these were the closest outputs we could get. So we do, before running these, we do tons of sensitivity tests. When I say tons, I mean over a year of just thousands of tests. And then, it's not quite mimicking reality. So we have to go back, talk to the ministry, figure out what's going on. Then you do calibration tests to try to see if we can really make sure before we run our final simulations that the model is behaving in a way that is simulating reality. The only way to get the model to do that was to use vaccine levels 2.1 times higher than what the ministry actually thought they were achieving. So they weren't really upset about this. Actually, when we went back to them, they were like, great, that's better than we thought. And I said, yeah, I think you all did a better job than you thought you were doing. The model also liked, and I put like in bracket, in quotes, liked to start week around 47. So week 47 is around the end of November, early December, which is around the time that the first case was detected. So these were the results that gave us the best outputs. And the model was very sensitive to those vaccine levels. So if you tinkered with those, you did see a pretty big difference in the overall curves. And it was very sensitive to the transmission rate, which we set at 3.5%. So once we did this, we were really happy that we could finally run our final simulations. And those were really fun to run. So we did 1,000 simulations for each of those 3 scenarios that I discussed earlier. What we also do is these are stochastic models. Every time you run it, you might get a slightly different result. And so what you're trying to do is capture reality and predict kind of what's the probability, what's more likely to happen. It's not that you run this just one time and say, aha, that's our real output. I'm preaching to the choir for some of you, but yes, with agent-based modeling, you run these thousands of times and then you get an overall idea of what might be going on. So in this case, we simplified it by saying, okay, for each of those 3 scenarios, how many of those 1,000 simulations did rabies die off? And how many did it escape from that control area and actually spread? And this is what we got. One of the most interesting findings from this was that in all the simulations, all of those that we ran, about 1 in 5 rabies died off in the first week. So we found that there was about a 20% chance when you introduce rabies into this landscape that it will just fail to get transmitted to the next agent and it just dies off. So it is possible that we are introducing rabid animals ever so often into the environment and they just never get detected because they just die. They fail to transmit the virus on to the next agent. But there was, of course, an 80% chance that that wouldn't happen and that it would get carried out. If it did not die within that first week on its own, it would not die off unless you use control interventions. So there's no point after that first week where rabies will just naturally die off. By that point, you had to bring control interventions in. And so scenario 1, unsurprisingly, had the most simulations where rabies was eliminated. So this is taking away that 18% where it just died off in the first week. This is what was left. We had about the most success that you would have is, of course, if you use controls until 2025. We weren't really surprised by this, but not only was it, the number of simulations where it dies off, but look at the number of cases and how different they are. If you look at panels A and B, and you look at the y-axis, in panel A, you've got at most 200 positive raccoons. In the other panel, where it was not eliminated, you can have at least, you know, at most maybe 4,000 or 5,000 positive raccoons. That's a huge difference. So I do advise to keep an eye on that y-axis because it is different between the left and the right. And then of course, if you never use controls, well, unless it dies in that first week, it will just continue on and it'll spread all across the province. And so these are different ways of looking at, as I said, space and time. So we have the epicurves, we've done mapping as well. This shows you the full spatial extent. And again, this is a snapshot. So I find these pictures a little problematic because they're just giving you kind of one image to try to capture a lot of information that's going on in these maps. But this gives you just an idea of the spatial coverage of rabies under these different scenarios. And so scenario 3, it really spreads almost to Windsor, Ontario, which is where I am right now. It within about 15 years. And then it cut off kind of in that northern tip because it starts hitting that boreal forest edge. And that really slows it down. We also are lucky in Ontario that we have natural physical boundaries like the Great Lakes, which actually kind of keep it within a certain area and kind of protect us a little bit from our neighbors to the south. But then, yes, we also have the boreal forest there. But what I found the most helpful was actually using animations. So this is where using Sampai can be broken down. So this is actually yearly snapshots from 2015 to 2025. And each year you can see under scenario 1, it wants to go north. So it wants to go everywhere, but eventually it does actually get pushed north a lot more after, you know, around 2021, 2022 is when it starts to break out and spread. So even though interventions are consistent or are being used until 2025, the prediction with the inputs they gave me, and this is another problem with these types of scenarios, is that these are adaptable control interventions. If they detect it's going north, they're going to start using more controls in the north. But we can't model that because we don't model those adaptations that are being done in real time. We can do that now. But back then in 2020 and 2021, when we were working on this, we didn't know yet. And so they had predicted around 2022, they'd start scaling it back. So that scale back is actually what you're seeing in the north when it starts to spread, is because that wall starts getting pushed back. And so now if any of those raccoons get across that barrier, then the whole thing explodes. But in reality, I will say, of course, they wouldn't let that happen and they would start reacting if they detected any positives in that northern area. Up till this point, no positive raccoons for rabies have been detected in the GTA. So I think they've actually done a brilliant job because they made huge walls, literal walls of baits and efforts going out to prevent it from spreading into the GTA. Once it got into the GTA, it would basically explode. This is scenario 2. So if you cut it off, if you cut controls off around 2020, of course, now it's actually getting the opportunity to spread north and south. And so it goes like that. And then I scare everyone by showing them scenario 3 when you don't use controls at all. If you don't use controls at all, I have had questions where they said, well, why are there kind of these donut-like rings? And why isn't it just the whole thing just turning red? The reason is when you don't use any controls at all, sometimes it just burns itself out in a certain area. It actually just kills everything in its path. And the population of raccoons actually has to recuperate. And so they end up recuperating, they have new babies, those babies are not immunized, and then they get sick in the following year. And so you end up getting this radiating look in the first few years of the outbreak. Afterwards, they start moving back into those territories. Eventually, it will all become pink. But for the first 10 years or so, it kind of looks like these radiating rings. And so it does spread. So obviously using controls is a very important decision. So overall, our findings were that the vaccine levels were too conservative. We didn't get any pushback on this. Pretty much everyone we've presented these results to said, yeah, I figured that might be the case. Control strategies were more effective than were predicted. We're predicting at least double the vaccine levels that were predicted by the ministry is actually what we're seeing in reality. And we were surprised that the models predicted it was actually less likely to go into the Niagara region, which is where we're seeing it. It was actually more likely to spread north into the GTA. So we still can't really answer why, it's going into the Niagara region. But we know that they've done a very, very good job of preventing it in a much higher risk area like the GTA. And so this is what leads into Norma's work. So how do skunks play a role? And this is where, you know, I had left by this point from Patrick's lab, but then the 2-species model for Sampai started being developed, which is very exciting. And yeah, it's important also to point out that agent-based models present a variety of possible realities. And so we tend to approach these as looking at probabilities of what's the most likely reality that's going to happen. And you can adapt these as time goes on. It's now 2024. I can revisit these now and get the updated control interventions and redo these models and see how well they were predicting reality. But we usually use these as opportunities to guide fieldwork. So with that, this work has been published in Viruses during a special rabies edition. So if you want to read that, please do so. Yeah, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Emily. Any questions from the room or online?
I live north and most of our rabies cases in animals are in bats. So I don't know, like, is it really that you're just finding more bats, or is it in different regions that they focus more on one species over the other?
Yeah, I sort of heard it. I heard something about bats. I mean, you can model bats now. I don't know, Patrick, if you want to help answer that. But for us, the interest was specifically the raccoon rabies question, and that's why we modeled raccoons. But yes, absolutely. And that map also shows there's a lot of bats that have rabies. But at the time, we couldn't model those. Now we could. I didn't hear the full question, so I don't know.
Yeah, I can jump in as well. There's also, you know, what about bats and their spatial distribution and bat rabies? In fact, it's quite different because it's a different associated strain. So bat rabies and raccoon rabies they don't tend to cross over. Occasionally it happens, but it isn't spread then kind of species so, or individual. So bat rabies is just kind of all over the place, pops up from time to time when people come into contact with it, but it's a bit of a different process. Sorry, did you get that? Oh, we got Mark with a question. Go ahead.
Yeah, it looks like a really cool model. I was wondering, there are some of these older models that use mass action, like Stanley, Murray, and Brown for fox rabies that have these lost rabies. How does it compare? Like, you know, it looks qualitatively maybe like the same story, but your detail, you've got details better here. Is that the right way to look at it, or?
I'm not sure you got that, Emily. Do you want me to repeat the question?
Yes, please.
So the pattern of sort of traveling wave that you're seeing of these kind of rabies and oscillations over time is similar to, you know, the results of you know, many rabies models actually, you know, using differential equations, mass action, and are they comparable? Maybe I'll just jump in if you don't mind, Emily.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm having a hard time hearing. Yeah.
We did some work directly comparing those two approaches in the Arctic, actually, for Arctic fox rabies, and they are quite comparable. When you're looking at and you can reproduce the expected kind of multi-year cycles. What the advantage of the agent-based approach in this context is that you get these much more spatially explicit, especially when you're looking at trying to model interventions. And here they're putting rabies baits in a specific spot in the landscape and seeing, whereas a lot of the other approaches were maybe a little more general in terms of how it was playing out. But yeah, you do get similar patterns.
Thank you.
Other questions in the room or online? We can shift to part 2. Okay, thanks, Emily. Norma, are you with us?
Yes, hi to everyone. Can you hear me well?
Yep, we can hear you great.
Okay, so hello to everyone. I'm going to start. Okay, perfect. Just give me a sec. I'm going to share my screen right now. Okay, perfect.
So while Norma's getting us up, so Emily did a postdoc with me in at University of Montreal, is now working at Public Health Agency of Canada and continuing some of his work. And Norma is a PhD student with Tim Poiseau at University of Montreal and has been working with us on a follow-up to Emily's initial work with a one-species model, looking at ways to try to integrate a second species and understand spillover dynamics with the same agent-based approach. Go ahead, Norma.
Okay, I will go. Okay, so hi everyone. As a continuation of what Emily was saying, what Patrick already said, basically I'm trying to model the effect of geographical landscape structure on cross-species transmission. Well, in cross-species viral transmission. Briefly, I want to share with all of you more or less how it's going to be structurized my presentation. I'm going to start talking about the inspiration, what inspires me to work on this project, how, with our team, we address the problem and what kind of outcomes we can obtain from it. So let's start with the inspiration. Well, you really have here, like really solid, you have enough information about how was to model the outbreak of rabies in Ontario by Emily. So this was a huge source of inspiration, was a great point of view, because with Patrick's lab, we were talking about like, oh, okay, how is modeling this, how different types of landscapes affect the presence, absence, or density of animals, and how this can have an effect on how the transmission of the virus happens. Also, when I started to read more about rabies transmission in North America, I wanted to find something more accurate, more related to Canada, but I found in these two images like a really well-done representation about what it means, the transmission of rabies in North America. It's true that raccoons is the most important source of rabies, or better say, the raccoon strain is the one most important across North America. But we also have the presence of other animals. So now we have two factors playing here. First, we have the presence of different types of animals. We have a viral strain that can easily jump from one animal to another, that it's really lethal. And on top of everything, there are different types of landscapes that can play around of this. So this makes me read more about landscapes change, how we kind of understand better this, actually have data about the entire planet, about how was the planet before, how was the landscape structured before, how are going to be after. Well, that's a huge job. I really like this map of Jacobson published in 2019, because for me at least, it's a really easy way to summarize like how are the ecosystems, how are going to be continuously changing, and also how the anthropogenic activities are going to impact on global landscape structure. So if I add this to the fact that we have a disease that can easily jump to one species to another, and how is structurized our planet, we have many factors playing around to it. So here I start like putting everything together. I'm feeling inspired about like, oof, okay, it will be good to have a good way to kind of put all these elements together and have a better understanding about what we are going to face later. And later in 2022 is this paper published, Climate Change Across Increased Cross-Species Viral Transmission Risk. So now we not only have like physical landscape change, we also have factors like biotic, like the temperature, the presence of other type of animals. We have many ecological factors playing around to increase or decrease or modify the disease dynamics. So all this was my inspiration, or well, the inspiration for this project. So this takes me to the point to see, okay, how we can find a way to model or to understand the landscape effect on the disease transmission, or better say, how this landscape change can affect the transmission of viruses, the transmission of viruses. So sorry about the noise. This area used to be super quiet, and as soon as I start presenting, the noise started. So I just wanted to be sure everyone around hear me well.
Yeah, it's great, Norma, no problem.
Yes. Okay, thank you. So continuing with how I address the problem. Basically, I just want to resume all this and two main models, which are neutral landscape models, agent-based model, like as the ones that Emily previously mentioned, and how we are going to see or to have some metrics about it in temporal and in a spatial analysis. Therefore, well, what I mean with neutral landscape? When I talk about neutral landscape, what I want to say is, imagine what Emily already shared. We have a real landscape, which means Ontario map. But what if I try to simplify as much as I can this type of like spatial structure, and now I put it more in something like this, in areas that are more or less or are more suitable or less suitable for animals. Well, this can be like a neutral landscape model, which means like a type of map that can easily be adapted for different densities of animals. So I have areas with more animals and less animals, and I can modify them as much as I want. Well, yes, actually, that is what it means to have a neutral landscape model. Imagine that like a type of template where I can define different types of structures. A template where I can define the structure for my landscape. I decide this type of simulation, which is called diamond, where I have values that goes between 0 and 1. And what does it means is how, how interconnected are the cells between one and the other. Here I'm showing two examples that goes from 0.1, actually, which means there are low interconnectivity between the cells, more or less, or not more or less, like in a better way to say, the cell neighbor doesn't influence in the one next, okay? It's super fragmented. And if you go to the one which have values of 1, we see that we have a landscape that is better interconnected and allows a better connection between all the cells. Okay, that I want to say like this was for my landscape. So I don't have Ontario. I have a landscape that I can play with it as much as I want. So if now we want to talk about the species, as I said, I want to do something with species transmission, and also Patrick was mentioned, I am playing with 2 species. I don't want to go with many details about agent-based modeling because, well, Emily already mentioned something about it. But also, if you want to have more information about it, there is the member that already built the package and did all that, did a presentation with this thing too, and here's the link. So this will give us all the type of details about the agents. So continuing with about my 2 species model, here, so sorry for a moment. So sorry about that. There was too much noise there. Continuing with this, we have species 1 and species 2. I try to represent it like, let's not try to associate this with any type of animal. Just imagine two types of population of two types of animals that have life dynamics really similar. The only thing that changed between both is the way how they interact with the with the agent or with the virus. So let's start with the species 1, which it's going to be in this case the host. These ones transmit the disease only to animals from the same species and have an infectious dynamic really similar to this one. Later, we have the second species, which is the one that is going to be susceptible to the spillover, and it's going to happen something like this. We are really similar to this kind of dynamics. And what it happened now is that we have this species participating in the spillover. We have this species participating in the dynamic of the virus. So now we have something quite similar to this. It's true that both populations, their life dynamics behave quite similar, but what changed now is how the virus modify the population infected in the one that is the spillover. So, okay, this is all the inspiration, all the methods, what to expect. So now let's talk about some of the simulations that I have already done. So what you expect to see here, it's number of cases per unit of time, and that is in terms of time series. But if we want to study like where is located the outbreak and how it will be spread, it will be from more a spatial perspective. So as a first point, we have the one that is more fragmented, the one that have values of 0.1 in terms of landscape. And if we see it, it's going to be something like this. So we have here my cells, okay, for each one of my animals. And each black cell are cells that originally have at least one case of infection. And this is how, this is a simulation for 20 years. So this is more or less how the virus is going to spread across these 2 years. And also the areas more yellowish correspond to areas with more cases, and the areas darker are with less cases. Or if it maintains during my whole simulation in white color, it is because that cell was never infected. Later, later we see the landscape that it's more interconnected, that have values to 0.9. We are going to see something that it's more like this. So if we see at it, we can see a similar behavior in the way that it is spread, okay? Which is, in a way, it's something that can give us information like, okay, how important is the landscape participating in the transmission of my virus? It's going to be something that we can see on only the simulation, like the spatial simulation, or we need to complement this now with temporal analysis. So for me, from what we have until now, it is really good to have the opportunity to see how it is spread according to the original point where we start the outbreak, or we can complement now with temporal analysis according to the type of landscape. So in this case, we have, for example, for color blue, we have the species population, and for yellow, we have the one of the spillover. And we can see that once the first population start having the outbreak, how it goes after for the second species. And also it can be slightly modified from one species to the other. I have to highlight that both populations have the same life dynamics. So here we can simulate only the effects of the landscape structure and also the infectious rate. As Patrick said at the beginning, I'm still working on this. We're still working on this project. For me, it's important to mention that this project has required a lot of joint effort between all of us, from my advisor, which is really strong in modeling. Patrick, which has been a huge help to help me to put this model on earth, like, okay, how this is going to be in reality. Emily and Francois, which had helped me a lot to understand how to put the agent-based model on a spatial perspective, and Gabriel Dansejo from my lab, my postdoc lab, which had helped me to understand or organize all the results from these simulations. Also, I want to say that, well, this is a really complex way to understand how the spillover transmissions happen, and at the same time, if we manage to resume or to simplify as much as possible all the variables playing around in the cross-species transmission, we can actually manage to have a closest idea to understand what is going on. So that's why I'm really inspired, and that's how I start my presentation, actually. I'm really inspired about this methodology, because right now it's just, yeah, it's true, it's just a model that is starting to play and comparing different types, well, actually different degrees of a structure of landscape, also different rates of viral transmission. But first, it's something that with parameter estimation, playing together with parameter estimation of viral transmission. And the good thing of neutral landscape is that if we work together with geographic information system, we can transfer this neutral landscape to any type of real landscape. So we are going to be able to put this on a kind of inside a real frame, knowing that all the factors playing around are only the ones affecting in terms of landscape, or in terms of direct transmission, or once as the next layer, we can explore other biological factors properly from the species that we want to model. So that's very much how this project is going. So far, we have been playing with the simulations, trying to be sure that everything is going well. And we have some, we are looking forward for the next steps to still improving it. So finally, I just can say thank you so much for listening my super quick and a little bit noisy talk. This has been a huge teamwork, and thank all of you for listening my presentation. So thank you, and happy to hear, well, questions, feedback, comments, anything that you feel you want to share.
Thanks, Nora. We have time for a couple of questions. Anything from the room or online? And then, oh, she's not. I thought she had her name.
Good. There is another talk, so Martine's got a student to the next talk there. Down on that box. Okay.
Thanks, Norma. So no questions in the room. I think we're going to move on to the next talk, but great job presenting. Thanks so much.
Okay. Thank you to all of you. I hope you have an amazing day. Bye-bye.
So we go back. Oh, okay.
So is she online? Okay. We're trying to get through there.
Heidi, you can go ahead and share your screen.
Sure, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Sure, thank you. Hi everyone, I'm Yitan, and I will talk on modeling and dynamics for the spillover
of monkeypox from reservoir hosts into target hosts. For the monkeypox, we know it can transmit in many animal hosts, and it poses a substantial challenge to eradicate it. Many animals like the domesticated rabbits, monkeys, and many rodents can be infected. Actually, all the animal hosts can be viewed into two classes: reservoir hosts versus target hosts. It is often suggested that the majority of transmission events and pathogen persistence is associated to a key host species. And previous scientific studies suggested African rock squirrel are the potential natural reservoir for the monkeypox. The process of viral transmission from the reservoir hosts into a new host refers to as the spillover transmission. For this spillover transmission, two actors play roles, like the reservoir hosts. They contributed to the virus persistent in nature and shedding the pathogen. So we consider the basic reproduction number for reservoir hosts is greater than 1. And secondly, the target hosts, they are recipient hosts in the spillover process. They are infected accidentally when they contact with reservoir hosts, and they do not maintain the virus persistent. So we assume the basic reproduction number for target hosts is less than 1. So our question is that given the presence of the spillover and the virus persistent in the reservoir hosts, is there any outbreaks in the target hosts? Actually, traditional methods of calculating the basic reproduction number are inadequate in this problem. As referred in previous studies, this threshold is more suitable for scenarios involving both spillover and spillback transmission, which is back transmission from target hosts to the previous reservoir hosts. However, when there is no spillback transmission, the threshold calculated from the next generation matrix becomes independent of the spillover rate. So we need to reassess it in the absence of spillback events. Secondly, the calculated basic reproduction number could be the largest of the two within species transmission. And this also independent on the spillover rate. Previous studies shows that if R0R is greater than 1, there must be outbreaks in target hosts. Our question is this biological meaningful, and why do certain hosts fail to establish the disease? So we need to put forward a new outbreak threshold. Previous work has developed novel outbreak thresholds for stochastic models. Here we mentioned that the threshold could be depend on the cumulative number of infections, like previous work did. If the cumulative number surpass a certain number, we consider there is an outbreak. So here, our objective is to develop the threshold for the outbreak in the target host with spillover. To do that, firstly, we develop a simple model, which is SI type for the both reservoir hosts and target hosts. For this simple model, we assume the basic reproduction number R0A is significantly less than R0R, and R0A is less than 1. So the basic reproduction number calculated from the next generation matrix will be only depend on R0R. We know if R0R is greater than 1, there must be outbreak in the reservoir hosts. However, as I plotted in this figure, in red curve, the cumulative infections in target hosts is less than 0.2, which is really low, and it is not sufficient to be classified as an outbreak. Inspired by that, we solve the final size relation for the model and use the Taylor expansion to approximate the cumulative infection in target hosts. We noticed that the equation depends on 3 parts. Firstly, the red part, it is equivalent to the definition of basic reproduction number. It reflects the spillover effects, which means it calculated the new infections in target hosts caused by 1 infected reservoir host. And secondly, the second part depends on the reflect the total infection in reservoir hosts, and the last part indicates the onward within species transmission in target hosts. So we develop our new outbreak threshold R0 star RA, and it is the approximation of the cumulative infection in the target host. We consider that if this threshold is greater than any integer C, there is an outbreak in target hosts. From the first figure, we can see that our method is feasible. As the index is 1.2 and the cumulative infection is greater than 1. And the sensitivity analysis gives that the spillover rate is the first important factor. And secondly, the target population size plays an important role. So in the second work, we include the demographics, and we consider the density-dependent growth for the target hosts. In this model, we assume the beta A equals to 0 because in the initial spillover stage, there is no within species transmission in target hosts. For this model, we calculated that the endemic equilibrium exists if this index is greater than 1. So we consider it as the outbreak threshold. And if R0 greater than 1 and this index is greater than 1, the endemic equilibrium exists and stable. And then, like humans, we could experience exposed class. So we include exposed class in the target system. For this model, we also consider beta A equals to 0. And interestingly, we notice that if R0R is greater than 1, tilde RA, which is our defined index, is less than 1, and the coefficient of the cubic equation B1, B2 satisfies this inequality. The target extinction equilibrium is stable. However, if B1, B2 equals to CA times B3, the system could undergo Hopf bifurcation at the target extinction equilibrium. And lastly, we consider the stochastic effect. We assume the spillover rate undergoes the BK process, and we did simulations, and from the stable distribution, stationary distribution, we can see that if sigma RA equals to 0.45, the distribution exhibit a bimodal. However, if this noise volatility increased to 4, the distribution become unimodal. The shape of change of the stationary distribution suggested the stochastic P bifurcation. And we can also see from the time series under the noise volatility equals to 4, the outbreaks, there could be a transient dynamics in target hosts. Here is our conclusion. Firstly, spillover rate serves as a critical parameter. So we need to consider spillover events and put forward a new method to evaluate the outbreak in the second target hosts. And secondly, the intrinsic growth rate of target hosts and virus development in the target hosts are also important. There could be Hopf bifurcation. And lastly, the stochasticity in spillover could contribute to the stochastic P bifurcation. And we also detect the transient phenomenon. And that's all for my presentation. And I will stop here. Thank you all.
Thank you. Any questions online or in the room? I can just comment, I thought it was really interesting the importance of that spillover rate parameter, which was quite similar to some of the work that Norma was presenting, where how those that particular parameter, the systems are very sensitive to that, I think, regardless of how you're modeling it.
Yeah, so it's very important. Yeah.
All right, well, I think that because we started late, I think probably the best bet is to, based on the schedule, okay, should we take a quick bio break and then meet forward?
Good idea.
All right, thank you, everybody.
Okay, everyone. Where's the sound going on? Maybe that's better. Yeah, okay. Thank you for joining us for theme 4. So our theme is on intervention and control. So we're a little bit out of order. We're going to hear theme 3 tomorrow, which is on early warning. And so disease has already broken through. It's past early warning. And so now we're talking about mitigations to intervene, such as non-pharmaceutical interventions or vaccines. So I want to acknowledge the co-leads in this theme. So Jacques Dallaire, Amy Burford, and James Walpole, who unfortunately couldn't be here today. So we're going to give a quick update and then get on to some of the presentations. So these are the projects that we funded under this theme. There were 6 projects, and these are the PIs involved. And it was a very productive theme, so I'm just going to quickly summarize the different areas. So HQP highlights, we had partially or fully funded 20 HQP, many PDFs, PhD students, as well as master's students and undergraduate summer research students.
And they've gone on, as some of the other things we're talking about, they've finished up and gone on to other things, such as being postdocs or working in industry. And several have been involved within the larger network, organizing the super spreader event, which has been a great success for HQP of all the program. We've had a lot of research impact, so I just took some snapshots of some of the papers that have come out. We've had at least 18 publications that have been published, accepted, or in press, and many more that are undergoing revision or being submitted now or nearly being submitted. And over 50 presentations, including research workshops, research conferences, workshops, and government panels. So it's been a very productive group. And in terms of capacity building, there's some things that our team is working on. So Jane Heffernan was one of the key organizers in our modeling hackathon. It was organized as part of the 2023 Keynes meeting in Kelowna. Amy Herford organized and taught at the Armed Summer School, which again involves many people in this team as part of the speakers. And Rebecca Tyson, along with Jane and Bushra Nasri, are organizing a MERS workshop coming up in September 2024 on mathematical modeling of behavior. So these are some big impact events that have either happened or are forthcoming, and so we're very excited that this grant can help make that happen. So that's my quick summary. We're going to jump in now. We're going to go out of order a little bit. So our first speaker is actually going to be Christian Hughes from Queens. He's actually at another conference, that's why he can't be here today. And so we're going to have him go first because he's short on time. So Christian, are you ready?
I am, yeah. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Thanks. All right. Hopefully you can see the slides. Is that all right?
Yes, we're good.
Somebody online? Awesome. Thank you. So it's a little bit of a different presentation I want to give today. Focus a little bit more on some of the active stuff that we're doing right now in the project. Framework agnostic ABM enhancements, and really it's a tale of three different things. Before diving in, this particular sub-project has funded through various guises, undergraduate and graduate work, but today most of the work is the ongoing efforts of Bruce Chidley, who's a master's student working with me at Queen's. So there's three things that I want to talk about and really solicit your expert opinions on and sort of feedback with either live or afterwards if you feel so inclined to reach out. Geospatial relevance, parameter sensitivity, and some bonus thoughts on functionality freezing. And there may be some gaps in what it is that we're looking at, and I am really interested in case you have some ideas to fill those gaps. So first of all, geospatial relevance. The motivation here is that in agent-based modeling, we often capture behavior that's spatially relevant. Agents are moving around from location to location, and a spatial distribution of where you place things and where the agents are in the environment can have a measurable impact on the simulation statistics themselves. And so this leads me to a couple of, I think, interesting examples. Some of you might be familiar with this set of figures. This is the Anscombe's quartet. The idea here is you have the same mean and variance on both the x-axis and the y-axis for the data that's presented. Every one of these four things look the exact same from the general statistics of means and variances, and the regression line is the same, and everything from the statistical standpoint looks the same with it. This is another one that's even more fun. It's the Datasaurus dozen, which is again exactly the same sets of means and variances and everything, but the data is fundamentally different in every single one of these, right? And so when it comes to agent-based modeling and where you scatter down the locations your agents might fall under, where they go can play a huge role, and just having the same number of hospitals and schools and residences is not the same as the different locations they might be placed in. Right? So this all sort of stems into two surprising models that we sort of discovered at the onset of this project. One is coming out of Mila in Montreal, and it was a model, an agent-based model that was used to create sort of a measure of contact tracing that they were proposing early in the pandemic. And this model had the right statistics about the number of hospitals and schools and the residences and so on across Montreal, but they were scattered uniformly at random across the grid when we started digging into this. And the other is an ABM model that was used early in the pandemic portfolio for decisions at the federal government level in Canada. They were using statistics from Texas, and I fully understand in both of these, we had to move fast at the time, but they were using statistics based on the general population makeup and the density of residential areas and these sorts of things. And then they were, again, scattering them uniformly at random across the grid to run the agent-based modeling. And so this really led us to wanting to build some sort of generic infrastructure around geospatial localization. So the ideal solution here would be a turnkey method to seed these agent-based models with accurate distribution of locations. We found it wasn't so easy when we went looking, so this became one sort of subpart of what we took on. A framework agnostic library and draw on publicly accessible data source. This is an early ingestion of the data that we had as compared side by side with Queen's University District in downtown Kingston. And the current solution and what it is that we're currently using across multiple different ABM frameworks is a tiny Python library. It's sitting at just a single file you would include in your project. Relies only on the OXMNX Python library, matplotlib, if you would like to see where the data goes. The data is pulled in from OpenStreetMap, and given a city name, it does all of the heavy lifting to fetch the XY locations, unpacks them in the right way, and repackages them back up into a GeoJSON for you to use inside of any agent-based framework. And we're sort of testing this across the 4 very different agent-based frameworks we work with. The next step for this, and the gap we've identified here, is the manual and interactive override. Working with local public health officials at KFLNA, they know that generally over here, the age distribution is very different because it's a university district compared to over there. And they would like sort of an MS Paint spray paint ability to say, this is where the residence is, and this is the makeup of those residents. And over here, we have commercial areas and so on. So again, we are going from the idea to generate the data to seed our agent-based models to produce something that looks like this. This is Barrie, Ontario, where my in-laws live. Away from a model that just randomly scatters it across, right? So this is the data as it looks just uniformly distributed. And you can imagine that the agent-based model simulations will give you a markedly different outcome with this distribution of locations and this one, even though the statistics are exactly the same number of residences, hospitals, and so on. Okay. So this is the first key item that I wanted to talk about. The second is parameter sensitivity. And this is really sort of at the heart of what Bruce is currently working on. So the idea here is to imagine that we have a rough estimate for n parameters of an agent-based model, right? What is the transmission rates for people of this age group and so on? We have n parameters for this agent-based model. And we want to get better estimates for m of them, assuming that m is much, much smaller with a limited amount of budget. Now, budget might be the money that we're able to spend in surveying the populace. It might be the time that we have for experts to come in and actually find better parameters for what it is that we're looking for. But either way, we have a limited budget and we want to focus on which parameters do we want to look at first? What are the prime candidates for things that will get our model better calibrated? Not to tweak the model and say this should be the parameter, but candidates to say, dig deeper in this. You took the statistics from Texas and you're trying to apply it at a locale in Ontario. This might be a parameter you want to look at fixing, right? And so what we're doing here, numerical differentiation is just one example of what Bruce is exploring, but the idea is to look at the sensitivity of moving one parameter up or down and the impact that that has on the calibration to the observed data that we have. And the idea here is we want those parameters that will have the biggest impact on the actual model calibration itself. And so if we have a limited amount of money, time, resources to pay exploring each of these parameters, where do we want to place our bets in trying to get a more accurate measure of what's there? And so the general approach that Bruce has taken is to first create the same dynamics of disease spread across multiple different agent-based models. MESA is a Python-based one. Repast and NetLogo should be fairly familiar. Riddle is kind of a new one out of left field. I'll talk about for just a little bit if I have time. But to model the exact same general dynamics and capture the exact same information across 4 different frameworks to see if this is a framework agnostic approach we're taking. Consider the initial estimates that we have, well-informed estimates, but consider those to be reality, quote unquote. And then we will inject error in some of these parameters and see if the approach is able to come back and circle back and say, yes, no, I detect that these parameters perhaps might be the ones you really want to take a look at because they lead to a more direct alignment to the calibrated estimate of reality. So far, Bruce has been focusing on creating this model under MESA and Riddle. The Repast and NetLogo are coming, they're partially built this semester, and we'll be moving to the others in the upcoming summer. The current agent-based model These are just some of the minor details of generally what it is that we're doing to set up and work with. Residence education work hospitals is kind of the split of location types that we're creating with this agent-based model. We hope to scale most of them to around 10,000 agents. Vaccination rates based on age bracket, masking included at a random rate, and so on. And the place of work in education is a random distribution based on proximity to the residents themselves. And so where they might work or where they might go to a school is based on this geospatial layout, again, using the first part of this to reflect reality. The riddle model, I said it was kind of out of left field. This comes from a field of automated planning. And this really touches on, the core of theme 4 to be intervention and control. Riddle stands for relational dynamic diagram language. It allows us to capture probabilistic planning so we can set up kind of at the same time the simulation parameters for itself to march through time and measure where the agents would go, but also allow for planning in terms of intervention. And so you can imagine creating policies of advanced intervention playouts inside of a small classroom setting we've used it for, and we're now exploring at the town or city level to say we're going to mask only these classrooms, or we're going to mask on these particular days, or control in this more fine-grained sort of action specification. So vaccination and masking are now controllable interventions that the planner itself can sort of inject or not and try to optimize for the spread. And it allows us a very, very rich sort of programmatic way to describe how things are going to change over time probabilistically. So if you're interested in this sort of intervention and control mixed with agent-based modeling, please reach out. The main issue with this is we have yet to be able to scale this above roughly 500 agents. So finally, I just want to touch on bonus thoughts on freezing functionality. I mentioned there was 2 surprising models here when we started to explore this that really were just taking away all of the geospatial relevance that was put down. But the third surprising model was the MESA model for sensitivity analysis. And what we're finding with this particular one is that the geospatial relevance has no relevance on the actual outcome. I mean, for the number of susceptible agents, there is sort of a shift down in what we see, but they are very, very closely aligned in what you would imagine with the SAI or curves. And so this was kind of a surprise to us, and it raises the question, how do we know when a feature might not be useful for a particular agent-based model? And I'm sure it's a question anybody building an ABM have asked themselves a number of times. So what do you do with functionality that seemingly has no effect? And can we use the parameter sensitivity work to guide us and help answering the above question? I think it's more than just enabling this feature or disabling it, given all of the other parameter settings. If that has no impact, I don't think that's enough to say that this particular feature or functionality is not worth including with your agent-based model going forward. And so instead, I think the main idea here would be to explore the parameter impacts with and without a given feature, like place all of the locations where they're meant to go in a city layout. Consider the feature's independence as a measure of the joint independence across the individual parameters. And I mean, in a very hand-wavy way, the idea here is of conditional independence. The probability of a particular outcome of your ABM, given the parameters and that feature, if that's equal to the probability of that same outcome, given just the parameters and not having that feature, this is what we're trying to sort of measure and capture. And under these conditions, we might say that you want to freeze this feature and sort of put it on the shelf for now. And as an extension of this, there may be some parameters where you cannot disentangle with it, and you could flag those parameters as, if we ever change these parameters to a particular point, they're indicators of when this feature now becomes relevant to take a look at again. You keep that as sort of a flag to say, when those parameters are going to be shifted meaningfully, I want you to bring this feature back and at least take another look. And if you do not have the compute resources to explore the entire space of parameter settings, perhaps you keep track of what it is that you've explored so far. And as your parameters shift to a place that is unexplored, you go back and you rerun that sensitivity analysis. So these are just early ideas that are kind of brewing in the back of our minds. And I would very much open advice, insight, and questions that anybody might have on the floor. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Bridget can't stay for the Q&A after. If there's any questions now, yeah.
Yeah, just one point. I don't know what federal model you're talking about, but the agent-based model that the public health agency did not use anything from Texas.
Did you hear that question, Christian?
Yeah, the one is currently used in the portfolio. So this was one, I think it was a Cross Canada Task Force, and they released these large PDF updates of what was being explored in the different models. And it was only, I believe, early in the pandemic that they were using an agent-based model with the data that they had available, and they substituted in across a portfolio of the different models. One of their agent-based model ones was using the seed information for what they sort of ported in, right? I believe it was something that was rectified later on, but the main moral of the point remains. They were using the statistics and then placing the locations down kind of at a random distribution of it. And that to us just seems, well, I mean, it's now our third model that's raising questions in our mind of the impact of actually having a geospatial relevance distribution of the locations. But it was the thing that sort of raised the flag to us, along with the Mila model, of like, why randomly place them down if you can ingest and figure out where these actual locations go? I mean, City of Kingston, there's a hub of like education and then student district, and then they're very markedly different places of the community, right?
And I will just add on to that. So I don't know what that model was. It's nothing to do with the federal organisation. The federal department, it may have been funded by federal things. Right. The other thing is that it depends on the output, what you're trying to do with it. We're at the moment discussing with people who produce Model June, which is like a German ABM, with a great deal of geographic granularity. We don't know whether actually those data are actually available to Canada, but it is it's horses for courses, different models for different purposes.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
No, just thank you for that presentation. I think it's very much in line with some of the issues that I raised in my talk, and how some of these ABMs are sometimes used to calibrate or construct global level models and all the assumptions that go into these. To what degree would you say these are, just beautiful exercises, but in practicality, not very useful? Because what I'm understanding and what I've always believed is that, the geospatial approach, really knowing exactly what's on the ground is what you really need. But we see all these global models that are thrown out there, work that was done by IHME, again, some of it was ABM models, and they use all kinds of simulations and stuff to draw. How useful is this? Second question, much less important, but whereabouts are you? Looks very drop out, unless it's just a background you're using.
Yeah, no, this is a 1/8 slowdown of the view outside of my office window in Queen's University, Kingston. It's from last year, but we still got a lot of snow. It's I think it's essential to, when you're constructing the agent-based models that you have, to ask yourself the question, like, does it make sense to introduce this feature? Will it have an impact on anything that we're sort of building with it, right? And the geospatial one seems like an obvious one, but it really depends on the behavior modeling of the agents themselves. If they're going to pick a random location on the grid and go to there, it doesn't matter where you put that location. They're going to instantly transport there, and then they'll transmit based on who's there. But if the behavior is controlled based on the geospatial layout of what's there, then you're going to want to invest the time for that. And one of the reasons we actually sort of dove into that as creating a library around this is that when we worked with KFLNA, they wanted that turnkey solution to say, I just very quickly want to get this into my models. And they were subject matter experts, but not software engineers, right? And they didn't want to have to fight the libraries that were out there. And so we gave them now the option to say Kingston, Ontario, Canada, and it gives you the XY of all of the residents in OpenStreetMap, right? So we sort of made that bridge if it's required for it. And so I think that was being able to smooth the process of a new jurisdiction or a new team wants to take a look at this. How many hours do you need to put in before you can actually get accurate data? Minimize that to just minutes, I think, was one of the main motivations.
Great, thanks. Thanks for joining us, Christian.
All right, thank you all.
Okay. So up next, we have Amy Herford. Amy, are you there?
Hi. Sorry, let me.
Be able to share your screen.
Is that okay, everybody? Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yeah.
So the presentation that I'm going to give is going to directly address the topic of our funded project, and I changed it slightly, but this will be about travel measures combined with vaccination and non-pharmaceutical interventions to meet the needs of small communities during the pandemic. And I was funded together with James Watmuth and Matt Betty. This is going to be work that's also funded outside of OMNI by other networks within the Emerging Infectious Disease Modeling Consortium, and also trainees outside the OMNI network have contributed to this. But I just wanted to try and focus on talking about the work that we've done that gets at this key question that we were asked to address. Sorry about that. So I'll start by summarizing some of our main findings or the main arguments that we're furthering. So firstly, consideration of travel measures in isolation, if you don't also consider non-pharmaceutical interventions or vaccination, can result in the erroneous conclusion that travel measures are never warranted. Something else that we do is develop a framework for spillover modeling. And this is a framework that can support decisions to exit and elimination strategy, which is a combination of travel measures and non-pharmaceutical interventions, when to exit that given different vaccination levels. And then finally, we argue that the best strategies for the co-implementation of travel measures and MPIs are regionally dependent, and in particular might be different in smaller communities versus larger communities. So I want to talk a little bit about recommendations from the World Health Organization for travel measures for international traffic. So before the pandemic and updated in February 2020, the World Health Organization recommended basically no travel measures. There should be no travel measures that impact travel or trade. And that was the recommendations before the pandemic, but then subsequently, I think nearly all countries did actually do some form of travel measures. So in 2021, the World Health Organization updated their recommendations. This is them, and you'll notice this is taken directly from the documentation that was put out. You'll notice that one of the bullet points that determines whether you should implement travel measures or not is public health and social measures implemented to control the spread of COVID-19 in the destination country. And so you're seeing now that the recommendation for whether to implement travel measures or not also depends on non-pharmaceutical interventions. I want to comment on what I think are some notable aspects of this change or adjustment in the World Health Organization recommendations in 2021. So prior to this update, travel measures weren't recommended, but now with the update, and the recommendations say that in some situations, travel measures might be implemented. They also mentioned regional considerations as something to consider in terms of whether to implement travel measures. This includes non-pharmaceutical interventions, as I mentioned, but also local health system capacity and a number of other factors as well. And so then if regional considerations matter, I think this new question comes up as to what is the scale. I think this is particularly relevant for Canada. If regional considerations determine whether you can or whether you might want to do travel measures or an elimination strategy, what is the scale that you evaluate those regional factors? Is it at the level of a city? Is it at the level of a province? Or is it at the level of a country? And then finally, this is a bit of a shift. And so there's a need for both evidence and risk assessment frameworks to support decisions to implement travel measures given these adjustments from July 2021. We have one paper that we try to talk about some of these issues. So it's a preprint actually, and just highlighting here in this box where we talk a little bit about how an elimination strategy is a coordinated implementation of travel measures and non-pharmaceutical interventions. and that you also might want to consider how vaccination plays a role in determining whether your elimination strategy is warranted or not. The second contribution that I wanted to talk about is spillover models to support decisions to exit an elimination strategy. And so we came up with this framework to model the expected number of spillovers, which are defined as when a traveler infects a community member. The idea is that this is similar to following a binomial process. And so every infected traveler that arrives and they're self-isolating, so they're poorly connected. This is a poorly connected layer to the community layer. Every traveler that comes in, you can think of them as a trial, and they infect people in the community with some probability. The probability that the community member gets infected depends on local vaccination levels and non-pharmaceutical interventions in the local community. The indexes J and K represent different variances, different variants, and J represents different types of travelers. So, different types of vaccination statuses. And so this framework gives a way to connect travel measures to aspects of the local community, like vaccination rates. This is a picture of what it looks like, this expected weekly spillovers to Newfoundland and Labrador, how it changes from January 2021 through to January 2022 with the emergence of the Omicron variant. And then down the bottom is the actual community outbreaks that happened in Newfoundland and Labrador. The white periods between here, there aren't any community cases being reported because it's a region that had a lot of elimination. And I don't know, I guess it looks like there was an alpha variant outbreak that actually happened over here in February 2021, but according to estimates, which are based on the rate of importations and vaccination and non-pharmaceutical interventions, all this stuff on the left, it seemed pretty unlikely that that Mount Pearl outbreak would have occurred. Whereas all the way on the right, when you have the Omicron variant outbreak in December 2021, that seemed very likely, given the amount of, given all the variables that went into that. I think it's important when you do the spillover modeling. I know there's a lot of models that will pipeline importations and then allow those importations to spread in the community. And that does happen in a region that's implementing elimination with some probability on every day. But I think you can present things to decision makers that can be a bit misleading if you show them scenarios of community spread that could happen with some low probability. And there isn't actually any community spread that happens in the future that can, I think it's important to decouple this travel layer and this community spread layer for regions implementing or that don't have any community cases. And so the last thing that I wanted to talk about is that the best strategies for MPI travel measure implementation are regionally dependent. So we tried to come up with a framework that might help determine when we should implement an elimination strategy. And so we said that there are 3 key questions that you would want to ask. Is an elimination strategy necessary to maintain healthcare provision? Is an elimination strategy epidemiologically feasible? And is it cost effective? And so you want to consider all these things. There's different regional characteristics. There's also different characteristics of the virus and the host population that determine where you might fall with respect to those questions. Here's a picture of what it might look like. For example, some of the questions are on the Y and X axis here. So is elimination epidemiologically feasible? And then on this Y axis, we have the daily number of international arrivals pre-pandemic. So elimination is not very epidemiologically feasible if there is a lot of traffic coming in. To have elimination, you need a long period between importations, and we're suggesting that that's unlikely if you have a lot of travel volume to a jurisdiction. And And then also our other question that comes up on this axis is it cost effective? So regions that have a lot of daily international arrivals also are going to have a lot of trade. And so those regions, it's probably not going to be cost effective to do travel measures associated with the elimination strategy. So those regions with a high amount of international travel would be kind of answering no to some of the questions that you need to answer yes to if you want to do elimination. And the Canadian provinces and some territories are plotted here. So Ontario is all the way up here, really in the region of mitigation, because it has a lot of international travel arrivals, but then also in terms of, is elimination cost effective? When you do non-pharmaceutical interventions, they limit the local economy. And so Ontario also scores very, very high on this axis as well in terms of not wanting to do elimination, because the GDP is so high that if you do non-pharmaceutical interventions, then it's going to be really cost ineffective. Down the bottom here is like all these provinces of Atlantic Canada and all the territories are in this bottom box, which has a zoom out because they're just so far down on their own region of the plot. So within that region of the plot are regions that maybe an elimination strategy is feasible due to low travel volumes and also low GDPs. And it's Atlantic Canada and the territories, but also Manitoba and Saskatchewan are in the plot as well. And then Alberta is kind of in the middle of the plot, but BC, Quebec, and Ontario are having, relative to these other provinces, having some factors that mean that an elimination strategy might be less recommended. So some of our key contributions were our Journal of Theoretical Biology paper. I think it's important because it links travel measures with vaccination and can inform reopening in regions implementing an elimination strategy. I don't know that there's a lot of modeling frameworks that are suitable for that purpose. Many of them are in the context of regions that have community spread. We have our preprint, which is trying to describe regional considerations for whether you want to implement an elimination strategy. And then I said that to support the updated recommendations of the World Health Organization, we need both risk assessment frameworks, but also evidence. And so we've also done some work that estimates parameters, and those are 2 other papers. And I think those also help with building these future risk assessment frameworks to help guide these decisions. And we're still working on this. And thanks for having me talk. I appreciate you taking my talk remotely, and that's everything.
Thank you. So Amy also has some constraints that might limit her participation in the Q&A. So are there any questions from anybody?
It's just thanks for that, Amy. It's Nick here. Can you hear Nick?
Sort of.
The question is, I don't know whether you thought of it, the travel volume coming in is also having an impact. How far down the path of transmission a province was at the time that some border restrictions were put in place. So those ones that you eyed out, so BC, Ontario, and Quebec, are much higher in kind of cross-border with the US, particularly importation of infections, but also probably by international travel as well. So there were also some impacts on like Saskatchewan, Alberta, and Manitoba of provincial travel for the industry, which is something that I think was exploring, but I'll contact you at the sidebar on that one.
Yeah, that sounds great. I should also say that while elimination is a combination of non-pharmaceutical interventions and travel measures, like our preprint also agrees with the conclusion that if you have community spread, I mean, forget about the travel measures. Like, as much as like I think it's a combination of both. If you're in elimination, if you have the community spread, I agree with a number of other publications that have said that travel measures are maybe not going to be doing very much. Stop share. Good.
Looks like we have to restart our Zoom. Our microphone caused a crash. So thanks, Amy, for coming. And we will start again in a second once we sort this in.
Jacques, tu sais que t'es Jacuc?
C'est moi avec une erreur de transcription.
Jacuc.
Sais-tu quel virus t'a frappé?
Ah, c'est pas celui-là, c'en est un autre. C'est mon
Ah, comment tu
fils
fais?
qui est malade depuis début janvier. Là, on a fini par en attraper un sur la gang.
Ah, ok. Syncovial?
Pas, ben, en tout cas, on a tous testé négatif comme 4-5 fois. Fait que si
Ah,
c'est
ok.
ça, c'est probablement autre chose. Mais il y en a tellement de toute façon que.
Oui. L'acoustique de la salle est...
La salle à planter. C'est ça, Bouchera, la salle à planter?
Oui,
Le micro,
elle a
hein?
deux zooms dans la salle à planter.
OK.
Il n'a pas pensé. La salle est marginalement faite pour les zooms. Pourtant, il y a une caméra qui bouge.
Ouais, le son est effroyablement mauvais.
C'est pas très bon, hein?
Non.
On se
Ils ont
dirait dans
fait
les
un
premières
reboot.
semaines. On est
Ils auraient
revenu dans
dû
les premières
investir dans
semaines
un.
de la pandémie.
Ouais. Bon.
Qu'est-ce qui se passe là?
Ah, tu vas être obligé de nous présenter juste à nous.
Everyone online, the computer has crashed, so we're restarting it.
Would it have crashed, Ian, if I had shared?
Sorry, were you talking to me, Jacques?
No,
Yes.
Yeah.
Do you think a crash would have been prevented if I had been sharing at a distance?
Is this like an elimination strategy? Is that what you're saying?
Well, usually crashes for computing, folks. It's like cordonnier mal chaussé, là. Yeah. Well, if it doesn't work in 2 minutes, maybe you, Ian, or Bushra, you could just use your laptop because
Yeah, we're just restarting it now. If it doesn't work, we'll switch over.
yeah.
Sign it.
Sign it.
Sign it. Sure. Start without your data. No, second. Yeah. So just double line, whatever. There we go. Okay, I think we're back. Okay. Thank you, everyone, for that brief delay. So up next, we have a person at the top, Jane Pepper. It's all that is for a person comment.
Really low.
You should be able to share your screen.
Yeah. Okay, everybody good? Great. So I'm going to talk about variants, transmission bottlenecks, fitness, and immunity. For those of you that don't know me, I'm interested in anything that's related to the efficacy of immunity. And because I'm interested in that, it means that we have to look a lot at what's happening in the host and between hosts, and thus in populations as well. And so we look at this feedback loop between the individual and the population, and then the population to the individual in terms of transmission. So we're looking at susceptibility in one direction and transmissibility in the other. I'm just going to minimize this. I think that's me, right? Okay. And so when we think about these things in terms of trying to quantify immunity, we have to think about in terms of the individual, their age, comorbidities, ethnicity, their history of infection, vaccination, all these different things change their immune system over time. But then at the population level, we also need to consider all of these things in terms of distributions, as well as the history of all of the people who have immigrated and who are emigrating out of the population. So you can think about this in terms of Toronto. I think the statistic is like 70% of people who live in Toronto weren't born in Canada or something. And so the distribution of immunity in Toronto is going to be very different than the distribution in Regina, Saskatchewan, for example. We have very different distributions of people. Okay, so when we're thinking about immunity, we have to consider all of these things. We have lots of things on the left where we have in-host modeling happening. We're looking at how the immune response is activated and how you generate memory in the body from infection and vaccination. We have a few projects that we looked at over the course of the pandemic. And so we look at different variants and different vaccines and how they excite the immune response, and then how you develop immunity, but then how that immunity can effectively decay over time, given the fact that your cells can die and your antibodies can wane, but also the variants can come in and erode the effective immunity that you have because they have immune escape mechanisms. We look at that. At the population level, then we have these large models that we try to look at different levels of immunity efficacy. And so as variants come into the population, we change the distributions of the immunity given some of the information we know about the new variants coming in. But at the same time, when we're looking at overall waves of infection in the population and looking at mild, moderate, and severe disease by age and area of the country, we also have to consider how people's behavior can change over time too, because that could look similar in terms of their immunity might be effectively waning, but really what it is that their behavior is waning. And so they're going out and about more and they're exposing themselves to the virus more. It's not really their immunity that was the problem. Okay, so we have to look at behavior in MPI and circulating strains. And so we have done that where we look at distributions of immunity. And so light colors are the youngest age groups, dark colors are the oldest. And we look at how the distribution of immunity changes over time, where these people are protected from infection. These people have a high level of protection from infection, but if infected, they have a high level of probability of mild infection rather than severe or moderate. This is a little bit lower than this, and this is fully susceptible. The white at the top are the waves of infection that are occurring in the population. And that red curve that kind of looks like a line, that's hospitalizations. And so we take this large model from here, we calibrate it to hospitalization or case report data or death data to try to get an idea of what the distribution of immunity looks like in the population. At the same time, we can see where the infections are coming from and how the waves of infection are going to change depending on what the level of immunity is in the population and all the different age groups, but also what strains are circulating in the population. Because as you can see right here, this diagonal that's coming down, that's because Omicron is coming into the population, which is degrading the effective immunity of everyone in the population, whether they were previously vaccinated or infected. So this is what our waves of infection look like, and we can categorize these by age as well. Again, where the younger age groups are lighter in color, the darker are older. Blue here is mild infection, which is asymptomatic. You see lots of children have asymptomatic infections. Yellow is moderate, which means that they have some symptoms. And red means that they had to go to healthcare. There definitely would be a reported case pre-Omicron, and some fraction of them go to hospital and to ICU, and that's how we calibrate the model. At the same time, we have lots of data that's being measured in the population in terms of seroprevalence. Seroprevalence is some measure of your antibodies. We get anti-S antibody measures. That gives us really a measure of infection and vaccination. And we get anti-N antibody measurements as well in the population. And that gives us an idea of history of infection. But the measurement of antibodies in the population doesn't give us really a quantification of the effective immunity in the population. And so we try to translate the anti-N and anti-S measurements to effective immunity given the strains that are circulating in the population. And so here we have some output from our model from Ontario compared to some seroprevalence anti-N and anti-S measures by Canada Blood Services. And then here is also a seroprevalence study called ABC, that is affiliated with the COVID Immunity Task Force and the University of Toronto. Okay, so when we're considering the circulation of variants and looking at effective immunity, we're also interested in understanding what's the probability that a new variant that has arisen in an individual can then be transmitted to other people. And so with one of my postdocs and Lindy Wall at Western, we've looked at this type of this question, where we take an in-host model, which is in the top left, and then we look at what the in-host infection curve looks like for the neutral strains. This would be the wild type of COVID-19. And then using probability generating functions and in-host modeling, we look at the probability that a new mutant is generated between the peak and the beginning of infection, and then look at the probability that that mutant can be transmitted to a second host, given the time that it arose in the previous person. Okay, and so what we do is we try to determine this chi, and 1 minus chi, which is we're determining the survival probability as a function of Tm, which is the time of the mutation in the previous host. And then we look at 1 minus chi, which gives us the survival probability depending on the bottleneck size or the quanta that is expelled from the individual to the next host. So depending on the fitness of the virus, we look at the survival probability, and we vary lots of parameters within the in-host model, like virus clearance, viral budding, cell death, the number of stages in the eclipse phase, and so on. And what we find, what's good, this is just an example of in-host data that we can get, and a remark on data is that we really need the early data in infection to really calibrate models properly in-host. Okay, but what we find is that when we look at these different components of the cell cycle or the virus life cycle in the body, we see that for similar levels of R0 increase, or the reproduction number in host, the probability of transmission of at least one mutant to a second host is really affected by the number of eclipse stages that we have in the infected cell, the attachment rate, which is the infection of a cell, the clearance rate and the budding rate. But if we're trying to escape the cell death rate, that doesn't really affect the probability of transmission very much. And so if we just look at the cell death rate and the virus clearance rate, what this is saying here is that if the virus evolves to have immune escape mechanisms away from T cells, that's not going to affect the transmission probability much. But if it evolves away from antibodies, it does. And if it shortens the life cycle of the virus, which is the eclipse phase, then it really affects the probability of transmission. Okay. So we have lots of things now where we're looking at these traits of the virus in host and what can escape in terms of the immune response. But we know from data and from immunology studies what different mutations the different strains have in COVID-19 or SARS-CoV-2. So like alpha, beta, delta, we know what important mutations have happened in them. And we know from the literature some quantification of the activity and the immune escape mechanisms that those mutations have. And so right now we're going through an exercise to align these different components, C, B, D, and so on, to those mutations, but also to look at different times of transmission, like earlier on than just at the peak level of infection that we're looking at in our previous study. When we do that, then we're also interested in looking at antigenic cartography, or trying to observe the changes in the virus variants over time. And some of our current work is we're looking at a statistical model of the virus variants using US reporting data, or from infections, to see, using some of our statistical methods, can we have a signal earlier than when it was previously reported that a new variant has become a variant of concern. And so this is some of our preliminary results. We're looking at 2 different methods, and we can, right now, we can see about a month earlier the emergence of alpha, delta, Omicron than when it was actually reported in the US. But stay tuned for those results. Okay, so the work that I went through really quickly today, so I'm trying to get us back on time, is a collaboration of many. And I'd just like to thank all of the different funding bodies and all of your support through NSERC EIDM as well. Thank you.
And we'll be here for the Q&A when we can ask some quick questions. Yeah.
Just the idea that these like alpha, delta, Omicron, long branches from the rest of the crowd, suggesting that they were
earlier.
They were had evolved in people who may be immunosuppressed and retained on antibody therapies. But even recognizing that the method you're using is kind of identifying the likelihood of these, which is really neat.
Yeah,
Let's see
yeah. So one of the things in the in-host model right now, we haven't really looked at those long chronic infections that are giving us that murky water where the mutants actually emerge from. But that also requires us to change some of the parameters for the clearance rate, the binding rate, and so on, so that we get someone who's a little bit immunocompromised or immunosuppressed. So that's one thing that we're looking at. But that antigenic cartography thing, I think it's really just based on reporting that we're looking at now. And so I don't know if the reporting rate would be different or less, given different, we're trying to make it general so that it can work for lots of different viruses. So we have to have a look at that.
Or contact probably about
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay. Everyone look at my slides.
We all do, but. Okay, thanks. So up next, we have Xiaoyan Deng. You there, Xiaoyan? Can't hear you though.
Oh, okay, great. I don't know which screen can wait 1 minute.
Can't hear you. Can anybody online here?
Yes, Jacques.
Yeah, Jacques, can you hear her?
Yeah.
You can hear her speaking?
Yes, we can hear.
Well, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah.
And well, I don't know which screen can you see. So the big screen or the smaller one?
I can hear her.
We see your slides.
Slides. Yeah, only slide, right? Okay, great.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, great.
Sound. I think it's the sound system here. Let's do.
Well, can I
Press speaking
start?
again.
Well, can I start?
Oh, try again.
Hello?
I think we can hear you. But it's not ideal. Try a little. Okay, try again.
Hello, everyone.
Perfect. There we go.
Yeah.
Here's our
Okay,
problem.
great. Okay, yeah. Okay, great.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for having me. So I'm Xiaoyan Deng, a PhD student from Dr. Craig's lab at the University of Montreal. And today I'm going to talk about our recently submitted paper, that is to use mathematical modeling method to study the B cell and antibody kinetics against SARS-CoV-2 variants. Well, previously we've studied the CD8 T cell memory responses to SARS-CoV-2 infection, and for now we specifically focus on the B cell memory responses. That is another important component of the adaptive immunity. Well, let me start by giving some background. B cell immunity and the corresponding antibody responses are fundamental to defend against viral infections. Specifically, the memory B cells and long-lived plasma cells are proved to be critical for long-term protection. However, it's known that the antibody level declines after infection or vaccination, so that the protection against SARS-CoV-2 decreases over time. Well, therefore, it's necessary to investigate the mechanism of the humoral immunity and antibody degradation, which can help us to understand the diversity of the humoral responses to SARS-CoV-2 variants, and also important to improve treatment and vaccination strategies. Our model of the humoral responses to SARS-CoV-2 infection consists of two parts: the viral dynamics and the humoral responses. The viral dynamics is from our previous T-cell response project. So we suppose that the susceptible lung epithelial cells get infected by free SARS-CoV-2 virus, which leads to the death of the cell, and also they can produce new infected cells. And during infection, infected cells release type I interferon, which helps to control viral replication and creates resistant cells. Neutralizing antibodies that are produced through the humoral response process then bind to this SARS-CoV-2 virus and neutralize the toxins, which effectively prevents the viral infection. And this is our humoral response model. So when antigen encounter the secondary lymphoid organs, for example, the lymph nodes or the spleen, naive B cells then activated with the help of T follicular helper cells. And then they proliferate and differentiate into short-lived plasma cells that is outside the germinal center, or they can migrate into the germinal center, become the GCB cells. So this is a germinal center reactions. According to IL-6 signaling, so the IL-6 are secreted from the T follicular helper cells. And according to this signaling, GCB cells either self-renew or differentiate into long-lived plasma cells and memory cells. Well, during primary infection, we suppose that these two types of plasma cells, the short-lived and long-lived, are both responsible for antibody production. And then in secondary response, that is re-exposure to SARS-CoV-2 virus, we assume that memory B cells respond to the antigen by differentiating into germinal center B cells and long-lived plasma B cells. So, and in this case, we assume that only long-lived plasma cells can produce antibody. And in this study, we focus on two types of virus, the wild type and the Omicron variant. So we then study the neutralization of these two types of virus. We quantify the neutralization effect using this equation, incorporated Hill's function. There are three parameters to be estimated in this form. The Emax, that is a maximum achievable neutralization by antibodies. And IC50 is the antibody concentration required to achieve 50% of the neutralization effect. And H is a Hill's coefficient that describes the sensitivity in response to the changes of antibody concentrations. So here are the fitted curves for wild type strain and Omicron. And here are the results for fitted results of these three parameters. So our results show that the wild type has slightly higher maximal neutralization effect compared to the Omicron, but Omicron has considerably high IC50. That means more antibodies concentrations are required to get the same neutralization against Omicron, which also highlights that the Omicron has lower sensitivity to antibody-mediated neutralization. And in addition, the Omicron has smaller health coefficient, so which could imply either a negative or low level of cooperativity in antibody binding. So altogether, this observation shows that Omicron is better able to evade antibody-mediated defenses. After proper fitting of our models, we analyze the neutralization effect of the wild-type strain and the Omicron variant, and we found that during primary infection, the antibodies were more effective against the wild-type compared to the Omicron. And this suggests that the Omicron might have the ability to partially or fully evade the neutralization by antibodies. And we further explore the antibody neutralization effect in secondary infection. And we examined these three combinations of primary and secondary exposures. And we also consider the three scenarios. So where the secondary infection happens 3 months, 6 months, or 1 year later after the initial exposure to the virus. So comparing these two figures, for the 1 year, there's almost no changes. But for these two cases, they have clear improvement in neutralization. So we can conclude that antibody neutralization against both types increased in the secondary infection within 1 year after the primary infection. And these three dark navy curves tells us repeated infection with wild-type strain have the highest neutralization during reinfection. And so these three arrows compare these two cases on the three scenarios, and we can observe that secondary infection with Omicron can reduce the differences in neutralization from the primary infection of these two types. And we also consider antibody patterns. So yeah, through these two plots, we can conclude that delayed secondary infections result in decreased neutralization and antibody concentrations, because with longer interval of the secondary infection, this shows the downward trend. Well, we then looked into our model and explore what caused this antibody waning. So we found that these two types of cells, the plasma B cells and germinal center B cells, are responsible for the antibody decline. So this plot compares the secondary response under these three conditions with the primary response. So for the secondary response, the initial conditions the initial values declines with delayed secondary infection. And comparing with the primary slide, we can conclude that decreasing long-lived plasma cells and germinal center B cells cause waning antibody levels. So this project was mainly conducted by Susan, who was previously a postdoc in our lab, and we collaborated with Stephanie and Julian from the University of Manitoba. And here's all the members in Craig's lab, and thanks for funding our study.
Great. I believe Shadi had a round for the Q&A, but if there are any quick questions. There's none in the room, so thank you again. Up next, we have OMNI Kaur.
I can't share my screen.
Stop sharing your screen. Diane, can you stop sharing?
Can you see the slides?
Yeah, we can. Thank you.
Okay. So hi everyone. In this presentation, I'll take you through our project on incorporating fair response mechanisms in infectious disease modeling. I'm doing this project as a part of my master's thesis with Dr. Rebecca Tyson and Dr. Ian Moyles. Okay. Starting with one of the models we are working on. This model incorporates fear of disease in the fundamental SIR model. Here, S represents the regular susceptible individuals and SFD represents the disease fearful individuals. And we assume that these fearful individuals reduce their contact and hence their susceptibility to the disease by this parameter P. And then there is a bunch of dynamics going on between the regular susceptible individuals and the fearful individuals. We assume that these S individuals can acquire fear of disease either by imitating the behavior of SFD individuals who are already fearful of disease or by observing the aversive experience of the infected individuals. But we know that fear is not permanent and it decays in the absence of an aversive stimulus or in the presence of a positive stimulus. So we consider two mechanisms of fear decay in this model. First one is spontaneous fear loss that occurs without any deliberate intervention at a rate gamma f. And the second mechanism is complacency contagion, where a disease-fearful individual in SFD loses fear by interacting with RNAT individuals who have gained immunity by naturally recovering from the disease. Alpha F here represents a rate of fear loss through complacency. So we analyze this model in two different cases. Case one, where we assume that the time scale of fear acquisition, beta FD, and spontaneous fear loss, gamma F, are comparable, and they're much slower than the rate of disease recovery. And hence fear mechanisms in this case are much slower than disease mechanisms. Through analytic investigation of this model, we found that in this case, initially infection grows rapidly, but the fear population remains unchanged. The scenario is consistent with behaviors observed in diseases like the animal flu, which due to its regular occurrence and relatively low fatality rate, manifest a reduced fear response initially. So we call this case as the flu-like limit. The second case, we assume that the time scale of fear acquisition and disease recovery are comparable. So in this case, fear and disease are in sync. We found that initially the fear population grows rapidly, but the infection population remains relatively unchanged in this case. And this scenario may arise in an outbreak due to a novel or deadly virus, for example, SARS-CoV-2, where the population becomes more reactive and rapidly changes its behavior due to fear in tandem with the spread of the disease. So we call this second case as the COVID-like limit. Let us look at the results in each of these cases. So these are the temporal plots of the fear population, infectious and recovered populations for different values of beta FD, where beta FD was the rate of acquisition of fear. We observe from the fear plot that the final fear population can go to a 0 or a non-zero fraction at the end of the outbreak, representing a fear-free or a fear endemic state. The non-zero state represents that the population retains fear. So there is fear retention even after the stimulus, the disease in this case, has vanished. On the other hand, we see that the curves for the infected and recovered populations are all close by, not being affected by varying fear response in the flu-like limit. Now, to find the analytic conditions for the system to switch from fear-free to fear endemic state, we conducted asymptotic analysis of this model, and we found the
bifurcation point. So this red dashed line here represents the analytic bifurcation point, and these dots are the numerical results. These plots are representing the final proportion of population in the fear compartment and the recovered compartment. So the recovered compartment final size would be the final epidemic size. And we can see that the final fear population is 0 to the left of the bifurcation point and non-zero to its right. For the recovered population, we see that the final epidemic size decreases gradually, showing that a weak fear response does not affect the final epidemic size significantly. But final epidemic size is an important metric of interest to policymakers. And from a policy perspective, in situations where fear is not substantially influential, it may not be optimal to rely on fear as a motivator for behavioral change. So this was like limit. Let us look at the dynamics in the COVID-like limit, where we assumed that fear operates on a time scale comparable to disease. Again, these are the temporal plots for the SFD, I, and RNet compartments with respect to beta FD. And from the fear plot, we again observe two final states, fear-free and fear-endemic. Note that the infection dynamics in this case shows a bifurcation, unlike the flu-like limit. We can see that the dynamics can go from a small single infection wave to a pair of waves, which eventually merge to give a big single infection wave as beta FD decreases. And corresponding to these bifurcations in the fear and infection dynamics, we observe that the final recovered population also exhibits two states, a lower level corresponding to larger values of beta FD and a higher level for smaller values of beta FD. So we again conduct asymptotic analysis to find the analytic bifurcation conditions. And this red dashed line again shows that bifurcation point in these plots of the final fear population and the final recovered population. Again, in the fear plot, we see that the final fear population is 0 to the left and non-zero to the right of the bifurcation point. And in the recovered plot, we see that the final epidemic size drops past the bifurcation point. We observe that these bifurcations in final epidemic size and the final fear population size are synchronous. And this shows that in COVID-like limit, we assume that the fear was in sync with disease. It shows that fast adoption of vigilance through fear of disease can potentially mitigate the spread of the disease. Okay, so another common way to mitigate the spread of the disease is by vaccinating individuals. So we build our model up to include vaccine-related terms. So we add SFV for individuals who are fearful of vaccine, and we assume that the disease-fearful individuals start to get vaccinated with the proportion of them experiencing adverse reactions. I won't go into each of these mechanisms. These are just similar to the mechanisms we saw earlier, that individuals can acquire fear vaccine through imitation or observation and then can lose it spontaneously or through complacency. And then we extend this model further, considering that individuals can be simultaneously fearful of both the disease and the vaccine, such that they reduce their contacts but avoid vaccines. So we represent these individuals by the compartment SFTV. Again, the mechanisms of acquisition and loss of double fear are similar to the ones we saw of acquiring single fear. And then one thing I would want to point here is that we assume that the doubly afraid individuals reduce their contacts more efficiently compared to individuals who are only fearful of disease. So we assume that this scaling factor PFTV is lesser than P. Okay. So coming to some of the results of this model, this is the plot of the final epidemic size with respect to beta FV for a particular value of alpha F. Recall that beta FV was the rate of acquisition of fear vaccine. Here, it also represents the rate of acquisition of double fear when individuals go from SFD to SFTV. Beta FV is involved. Okay.
So we observe that as the rate beta FB increases, the final epidemic size first increases, then it remains constant, and then it drops past a critical value. Investigation of this model revealed that for smaller values of beta FB, the final epidemic size is low because a larger fraction of the population gets vaccinated. But as beta FB increases, vaccine refusal increases, hence resulting in a rise in final epidemic size. But as beta FB increases further, double fear starts to build, providing extra protection to individuals through contact reduction. Hence, we see this drop in final epidemic size. So that gives us a strategy to lower final epidemic size when several individuals refuse to get vaccinated, make them aware of the risk of the disease so that they reduce their contacts well. Yeah. So this plot had a fixed value of alpha F. We wanted to explore how the trend in final epidemic size changes for different values of alpha F. So we plotted a heat map of final epidemic size with respect to beta FB and alpha F. And on navigating in this parametric space, we found that in region A, we get a single infection wave. In region B, we see an emerging second infection wave, which eventually becomes a distinct second wave in region C, with the second peak being lower than the first one. And then in region D, we get a higher second peak, which eventually merges to give a big single infection wave in region E. So in going from region A to region E, the final epidemic size increases, and we saw how the infection dynamics changes as we navigate through the space. This model shows how we can simply, by changing the behavior parameters slightly, we can explore different possibilities of disease dynamics. To the best of our knowledge, no previous studies have examined the effects of simultaneous fear of disease and fear of vaccine on disease dynamics. And lastly, there are several future avenues in our work. To point out a few, it would be interesting to include information transmission through media as a mechanism of fear acquisition to account for misinformation and panic due to media information. Next, if the virus circulates for too long, it may not elicit the same fear response because people get habituated to it. So our model can be extended to include adaptive fear response and habituation. And lastly, future efforts can be focused on collecting relevant data so that the model can be calibrated for specific diseases to either determine or get a sense of the order of some of the parameters. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Nate. Any quick questions for yeah.
Yeah, thanks for your presentation. It was really interesting. I wonder how things would be different if you replaced education with fear, where people change their behaviors to change the transmission, and then they forget after a while. Like things like hand washing or mask use. Is it the same dynamics, or is there something specific to fear?
Did you hear that, Andy?
Not fully.
So
Can
the
you
question is,
repeat the question?
The question is, in your model, you have fear, but is it very specific to being afraid of disease, or could you think of it another way? So Mark brought up that people change their behavior for many reasons, including public health education, which might make you wash your hands more frequently or wear a mask, and that goes away after the time. So
So there are many ways in which people can change their behaviors, right? So we were mainly interested in how prevalence affects the behavior and how imitation affects the behavior. Like if your circle is fearful, how does that change your behavior? Of course, there can be multiple layers that can be added to this model to understand the effect of other things. But we just looked at prevalence and imitation. Does that answer?
Thank you.
okay, thanks, Andy. So up next, we have Shoel Ahmed.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sohail Ahmed. I'm the PhD student from House Lab, from University of Alberta. I'd like to thank OMNI to give me the chance to talk about my this project with climate-dependent effectiveness on non-pharmaceutical intervention of infectious disease modeling. Due to time shortage, I'd like to quickly go through. So basically, I'm going to talk about our published paper on COVID, and then I'm going to talk about our ongoing project with the norovirus. So basically, in 2020, there is a Washington Post. They posted the half-life of COVID virus in different environmental condition. It seems that in very hot and humid temperature, the half-life of the COVID virus on the surface is very, very low. But in the cold and very non-humid temperature, the half-life of the COVID on the surface is very high. So on that motivation, we started searching for works, and we saw that there is many published work on the virus survival on surface due to environment and due to temperature and humidity changes. So we started with a very popular dynamics, there is SIR modeling, and we imposed the environmental condition like temperature specifically and humidity on the survival of COVID virus. We consider all the direct transmission and indirect transmission, and we consider different kind of compartments. So at a glance, if I show, so there is, we consider this kind of flow dynamics with like 8 compartmental modelings with susceptible, exposed, pre-symptomatic, asymptomatic, infected, recovered. But the main important thing is that we consider the virus mortality rate, that is the virus compartment that survive in the surface, and that's W. So using the data, it's not showing here actually. So there's a published paper. From that data, we used regression model using temperature and humidity to find out the half-life for the virus data on the surface. And we consider the exponential decay of the virus on the surface. And by doing that, we find out the mortality rate of COVID virus on the surface. That's represented by the equation DTH. And as you know, like in every compartmental modeling, mostly they used constant transmission rate, but because there is like waves, so we consider the inverse method to find out that the transmission rate varies between each intervals. Let's show some results actually. So say we consider like 2 important provinces, like important cities, Edmonton and Vancouver, and we consider their temperature and humidity. If we look at the graph in the A sub graph, you can see during the winter season, like the temperature varies very much between Vancouver and Edmonton, but during summer they are mostly same. But if you consider the humidity, so like the Vancouver is more humid than the Edmonton. So we incorporate this temperature and humidity information in our virus mortality rates of the virus on the surface, and we got the mortality rates of the surface and you can see on the graph. So because like the Edmonton is like more like cold and Vancouver is like more humid, that's why you can see the red graph is almost like up over the Edmonton graph. That means the death rate of the COVID virus on the surface in Edmonton is like more deadly. So on top of using inverse method, we calculated the transmission rate. But interesting thing is that we considered the 1-year time period, and we fitted the graph with the number of confirmed cases from the Vancouver and the Edmonton. And on the right side, it shows the fitted data with confirmed case and the infected case. And then left side, it shows the transmission rate. And in the second graph, you can also see the transmission rate for the Vancouver as well. But the most interesting part is this one. You can see the transmission comes with some intervention as well. So from the policy data, it's already in in over the internet. You can like download the policy data. In the right column, you can see the policy index varies between 0 to 3. And we just take like 2 policy index, which is like school closure and workplace closure. So that if you go with 3, that 3 means these are implemented on that particular day. And if it's like between like 0.6 to 0.7, so that means the policy is like very low. And you can see when the peak is very high, the policy is very low. But when you implemented the policy, that is very close to 3, so the transmission rate is very, very low. So using this idea, so basically next we use like machine learning technique, and we use to find out what's going to be the next intervention. So I would like to go through our published. I would like you to go through our published paper, so that you can see how we can estimate next like couple of months and using different kind of machine learning. On top of this, basically, then we started working on another project. This is like a norovirus. This is a mostly foodborne disease, and they happen to US. And this data is from US from 2012 to 2024, and it's like goes in a very like small. They are very in small outbreak during the winter time. You can see on hardly average infection, a number of confirmed cases lies between 50 to 70, but it happens every winter. But during the summer, this is very low. And then we started same as like the previous. We started with like compartmental modeling, but here the important thing is that we consider the infection and susceptible for the norovirus infected cases as well. And same as before, we have also the data for the norovirus that lies on the surface. Depends on temperature and humidity, and we consider 4 regions from US. One is Northeast, Middle West, and South and West. So if you look at the left figure, so in terms of the temperature, so in terms of temperature, the difference is very significant. But if you go with the right plot, in terms of humidity, there is no like good information in the humidity model. And then we use the regression model to find out what's gonna be our death rate. And we find out the death rate, and then we go with the weekly mortality rate for the norovirus, and we can see it's not a clear relation between like temperature and humidity, but it gives a basic message that if the temperature is very low, we can see the death rate of the norovirus is very low, but it doesn't give a very clear message with the humidity. So that's why now our target is to like amplify this work before using like machine learning. We want to use like which one is like more important for the disease dynamics, is humidity or temperature. Basically, we developed, as I told before, we already developed like COVID virus, and we want to implement it to the norovirus. And we use different kind of like 2 measured environmental factors. One is humidity and temperature. And we use not a constant transmission rate. We use inverse method to find out a time-dependent transmission rate. And we, like for the last model, the norovirus, we want to use some non-pharmaceutical interventions as a rate to see which will be the great time to use those kind of non-pharmaceutical interventions. These are the references I have used during my study. And I would like to thank all the collaborators who collaborate with us, giving their valuable suggestions. That's it. Thank you. Thank you for your patience.
Question, so temperature goes up and down outside, but we tend to live inside. And a lot of the surfaces on which these viruses are going to sit on, where contacts can happen, is indoors, which is generally kept summer and winter at about 21 degrees. Did you try running models without varying temperature at all, but just humidity? Because the humidity inside, as you know from Edmonton, in winter is extremely low. So it does vary even if the temperature outside is inside is staying the same.
So basically what online, in case we had a question, it was the temperature varies a lot outside, but not necessarily inside. where we keep room temperature, but humidity can vary in size. So the question was, did they change the model just by changing humidity and not temperature?
Yeah, so basically what we did, we just used the temperature from internet, the weather data, and just based on the confirmed cases, we just modeled those kind of things actually. So we didn't consider those kinds of inside and outside. We just consider the average temperature on that particular city, and then just consider the confirmed cases actually. That's so we consider the past sequences, then we just train the data and like detect what's gonna be happening.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm just curious, if you did fix the temperature at a constant, would you be able to recover some of that pattern just by varying humidity? So I realize you didn't do that, but I'd be curious to know if you tried it, whether you were able to actually capture some of that same seasonal pattern.
I don't think so. It's gonna be change. Probably changes because like both like the modality of depends on like both temperature and humidity. Probably is gonna change. So we're gonna check.
Okay, great. Thank you. We're supposed to have a Q&A now. We're quite far behind. So wiping. What do you want to do? Do you still want a Q&A? This on the super spreader? How do you want to proceed? Or could maybe do it tomorrow.
Yeah, this
Can we do the super spreader? Just
Super spread, because tomorrow the schedule is tight till 12:30 or people are leaving. So we just need most of the time. Yeah, if we can finish in 30 minutes, that would be ideal. Otherwise, tomorrow the schedule.
No, Jacques can't put it back. It got too late.
Maybe, Mark, you can share this part. Okay.
Joseph, can you share your slides?
Right.
Hi there.
Do you see my slides, please?
Great, thank you.
Okay. Okay, hi everyone. My name is Joseph Burfi, and I'm part of the organizing committee of the Super Spreader Seminar Series. So I want to speak to you in a few minutes on the success and the future of this seminar series. Well, so those of you who have been joining us for the past few months on the Super Spreader Seminar Series, you are familiar with these slides, but I mean, for the sake of those who have not been joining us, I'll quickly go through this. So the Super Spreader Seminar Series welcomes faculty members and the affiliates and highly qualified personnel, including postdocs and graduate students, to showcase their research and promote their ideas and share their research experiences. And then so we seek to establish connections among the various branches of the network. And so it is a platform that has been created to spread scientific knowledge about the One Health research framework. And so here, through series of engaging presentations, the seminar series aims to disseminate scientific knowledge and then showcase research progress and facilitate knowledge exchange. And then we also establish connections. I've seen us working towards this direction over the time since we started this seminar series. And so the Super Spreader Seminar Series is instrumental in advancing our collective understanding of emerging infectious diseases and promoting interdisciplinary research approaches. And so through these seminars, we aim to propel scientific innovation and contribute to the global efforts in safeguarding public health.
Now, this series will not be possible if we don't have a team that are managing the seminars. And so I present to you this group of people who have been organizing the seminars bi-weekly. And so initially we had a pay leading out the team, and then pay work in line with the other members. So we have Susan, we have Shivdeep, and then Sanas and myself working hand in hand to make sure that we have the seminar running. Now, we are not working in isolation. We have team of advisors that we work with. And so we have Professor Zhu, and then Annie, and then Professor Bella working with us. In fact, I remember when we started the seminars, we had a couple of meetings with advisors trying to make sure that we are all on the same page, and then we advising us how to, the frequency, the number of times the seminar should run, and then, people to be invited for the seminar and all that kind of stuff. So we have these advisors helping us to make sure that we run the seminar. Now we have past successes. And so we have some seminars that we've already had in the past. Already we have 8 seminars nailed down. These are the seminars that we've done so far. And we have wonderful people. If you check through the people from different universities, different skills, and then different expertise coming to speak in this seminar to share their ideas and also establish connections. And because of that, I will not go through the topics that we've considered so far, but if you just check through the titles that we've gone through, you see diverse topics, people working through monkeypox transmission modeling, then you see coronavirus modeling, you see HIV modeling, and all kind of different fields and different methodologies being used to model. And this is really in line with what we seek to achieve, establishing connections and also understanding different fields, what people are working on. And so some of our successes, we can talk about diversity. As I said earlier, we have 8 QPs from different fields, different expertise coming to join us to present their research. And then we also have people from different universities joining us. And so I'm in Memorial University in Newfoundland, but I'm working with people in York University, University of Toronto, to organize this. And so we call people from different universities to come together to give us a speech. And then we have accessibility. This seminar has been running on Zoom since we started. And I hope that now that we had the opening ceremony for the OMNI Lab Space, we could probably in the future have people who are meeting there to have an in-person, and then we also have the Zoom. So that will be like kind of a hybrid event. And then we also have covered the broad spectrum of topics that is related to the One Health Research Framework. We have people presenting with different methodologies, such as AI approaches, stochastic modeling, deterministic modeling, and database studies. All these are some areas we've covered, and we are proud of that. Now, we wouldn't be having such seminar without challenges, of course. And so one of the challenges has been to get people to come and speak. At times it becomes a bit tricky because you send emails around and people are like, they are not ready to speak. But and so I want to recognize and thank our past speakers for, spending some time to speak in our seminar. And then also I want to recognize those who are yet to speak. In fact, fortunately for us, when we send emails around looking for people to sign up to speak for the winter term, we have many people responding. And so as I speak to you, we have a full list of people who are lined up to speak during this winter term. And so hopefully we are going to have the presentation, the seminar by every bi-weekly as we plan to do. So thanks to those people who have signed up for our seminars. And then at time, one of the challenge is also getting people to attend the seminars. People show up, and because it's on Zoom, they kind of go off. I mean, they lose attention and all those kind of stuff. And so and I mean, I don't know whether the advertisement doesn't go much, but well, still people don't show up in the numbers that we expect. We still have people coming, but we're still hoping we get more people to join so that we can collaborate and network properly. Now, as a member of the committee, and then with other members in the committee, we've gained so much skills, and I want to just highlight a few of them. So, like especially reaching out to people, like sending emails, reaching out to people, introducing yourself. It has really been an interesting thing to be able to be engaged with people, network with them, and then reach out to them, ask them to talk, and I mean, some of them invite them to attend our seminars. And so, and also presentation skills. I wouldn't be presenting to you today if I was not part of the committee. And so that is one of the beautiful skills that we've gained so far since we joined the team to lead out in organizing this. We have been doing our seminar on Zoom, so we've been setting up a Zoom link, registration link, and here and there. Sanas has been helping a lot with that. And so we are learning to be proficient in Zoom. And then also event promotion. For every seminar, we try to promote it. Mostly we do that on X, formerly Twitter, and then we also put it on LinkedIn. Shavika send emails around to our network to invite people to be able to attend this seminar. So that is also something we've learned, how to promote events like this. And then finally, we plan the seminar. Before we have the seminar, there's a whole lot of people behind the scenes to make sure it's working. So we have somebody introducing the seminar and the speaker, and then also somebody monitoring the Zoom chat to see if there are questions there, making sure everything is working perfectly. So these are skills we've learned over the time since we started managing this seminar. And then we have some plans for the future, and I will just talk about a few of them. We are hoping to expand the scope of the seminar topics to encompass a broader range of disciplines, and so that people will enjoy the seminar and it will not be one way kind of thing, like broad ideas for people to explore and know where they might be interested in. And that will enhance impact and inclusivity and engagement. Also, we want to make it more interactive. So like in interactive elements, integrate interactive elements into presentations, such as panel discussions, question and answer sessions, and workshop. Currently, we do the question and answer session after every seminar or presentation. We ask people to ask questions, but we can improve on this more. And then also virtual format. We've been currently still doing it virtually on Zoom, but we probably want to broaden it more to get more people to join. And then collaborate with other networks and institutions to host joint events. We also want to showcase innovations, implement initiatives to showcase technological innovations and cutting-edge methodologies used by the OMNI-RÉUNIS, and highlighting advancement in infectious disease modeling. That is some of the things we are also thinking of doing. And then incorporate professional development components to offer skill building sessions and mentorship opportunities to support the growth of the SQPs and early career researchers. This, I think, is important to do. And then communication strategies to incorporate professional development components into enhanced communication strategies to raise more awareness and get more people to join the seminars. And we're thinking of implementing feedback mechanisms so that people's thoughts and suggestions could be incorporated into the running of the seminar, because people have different ideas. We are only the organizing committee organizing this, but we need more people to also have their views on how the seminar can be improved more. And then we want to look at strengthening the sense of community within the OMNI. And we do that by organizing networking events and collaborative projects that extend beyond the seminar series. Okay, so as we embark on these future plans, our goal is to elevate the Super Spreader Seminar Series into a premier platform for knowledge dissemination, collaboration, and professional development, and contributing significantly to the enhancement of One Health research. Thank you for your attention, and we eagerly anticipate your participation in our bi-weekly Super Spreader Seminar Series. Thank you.
Thank you, Gilbert. We have today you are right now.
Hello?
Hi, Kate. Thank you for sharing your slides. Yeah. So Tom, let's have Kate.
Can you see my slides?
Yeah, very well. Thank you.
Okay. Wait a second. Okay.